in a country where all the people is in the emperor's control. Every body worships him. He is the god of the land. But our MC is the only one to rival him. The MC kills all the knights of the emperor in front of the royal palace. The knight group, which was especially drafted by the emperor, named the Special Force. The only reason this special force exists is to protect the mighty emperor, Leon Cavalon. Our MC is none other than the commander of the special force, Jan. He is going to kill the emperor as the emperor has made all to the soldiers and his people as his puppet. Jan is setting all the knights free by killing them. In the palace, the emperor is sitting and talking with a fairy. In that time, Jan entered the palace and stands in front of the emperor. By seeing him, the emperor said that he didn't understand, that the most loyal and obedient servant of his revolt against him. Jan was completed beat up from fighting with all the members of the special force. He also lost one of his hands. The emperor asked him, how long has it been since he has become the commander, and said that he also remembers the day Jan got recruit in the special force. The special force training hall, which is known as Pit of Solitude. He joined as a slave, and with his own affords, he has become the commander of the special force. The emperor then questioned him that if he was unsatisfied with something, Jan breaks a piece of sword that was stuck in this abdomen and stabs it into his ears. He said that shoving a bug into someone's head, everything is bullshit. He has no memory of his past. He has lost everything. He even didn't know his parents and family. He even didn't know who he is. As Jan was bursting out his anger, the emperor grabs the fairy and bites the fairy's head and recites a spell. As he recites the spell, a sword comes and pierces the heart of Jan. The emperor then stand up and said he didn't know how Jan found the bug, but it's a shame he has to die, as he was the toy the emperor liked. Jan closed his eyes with a regret that his whole life was in vain. After that, Jan hears voice saying him to wake up. Jan wakes up and was shocked to find that he is still alive, even though a sword pierced his heart. He look around the place and finds it familiar. He touches the pillar behind him and found out that this is the great stone sword, which is the symbol of the Special Force Training Hall. An uncountable number of soldiers has died in front of his great stone sword. He then looks at his body and found that his body is smaller than usual, and the clothes he was wearing is the same that he used to wear when he was first recruited. As he was thinking, a white hair boy punches him, and he fly away and hit a wall. The white hair boy said that why is he distracted, and if he is looking down on him. By seeing him, Jan remembers that his name is Roman and he is the 12th recruit of the Special Force. Jan asked if they were in the middle of training. Roman replied that training is only an excuse. He is planning to beat Jan up, as no one cares if a low-level recruit dies. After this, Jan gets all his puzzled pieces and comes to a conclusion that he has returned to the past. He is happy that he has gotten a chance to execute his revenge. He will use this chance to behead the emperor. Jan then told Roman that he will not get a girlfriend even when he is 40. This makes Roman angry and he attacks Jan. Jan then further mocked him by saying that he get hit from this slow punches. This take Roman anger on a higher level. Roman then unleashed a technique called Dark Choas, 7th formation, punching rampage. Jan was dodging all of the punches as they both come close. Jan told Roman to take this as an advice and gives him a 1-inch punch. After getting hit from Jan's 1-inch punch, Roman fly away. As Jan was going to hit him more, he saw a pendant that breaks out from his neck and lands on the floor. By seeing this, Jan said to Roman that his luck is good and takes the pendant on his hand. He opens the lid of the pendant and saw an old photo of him with a man and woman standing beside him. Seeing this, Jan starts to cry, as this was his family that he has forgotten about. Love, family, and the memories that he has forgotten for more than 30 years are coming to him. What he could not obtain even after setting the imperial palace on fire and killing all the imperial knights is now on his hand. He also understands the mistake he was going to make, and decides that he is not going to waste this life on something as pathetic as revenge. He will get out of this place and will live the life with his family. The Special Task Force reports directly to the Emperor only. The Special Force has completed many impossible missions successful, such as the fall of the Verna Fortress, the assassination of the Grand Duke of the North. The Special Forces has completed many such missions in the history of the Empire, along with the one that stands at the top of the Special Forces, the commander of the Special Task Force, Yan. He is the right-hand man of the Emperor and the Empire's strongest knight. That body of his that hold all the power and strength now has turned into a shitty state. The commander of the Special Force is now an errand for a purification squad. There are 1,000 trainee soldiers in the Special Force in this place. Everyone becomes stronger by killing each other to survive. On a daily basis, an average of 3 to 4 people die in front of this great stone sword. Those empty spots are filled up either by kidnapping others or by those who are willing volunteered to join. The training ground is the Dragon Den located in the northwestern mountain range. The inside of this place is a labyrinth, like a dungeon. The trainee soldiers are each assigned a number. The numbers are assigned by the skills and strength of the trainee soldier, and they can climb up the ranks through test and competition. This is a pyramid-like system where the higher the number is, the better the treatments is received. Under such a system, it's hard for the lowest-ranked trainee soldier of the 90th batch of trainees to survive. Yan is assigned a number of 974, as his number is among the lowest, so he is assigned to do labor or to help others people training. As he was carrying the boxes, he gets hit by other people and fall on the ground. He told them if they don't have eyes. But in a pyramid-like system, there are those who stands at the top. The beautiful girl said sorry to him for bumping into him. These people are the high-ranked trainee soldier, the successor of the Empire's nobles. For the sake of the Empire's loyalty and to continue their family line, the nobles join the training center. They live a comfortable life at the training center because of their noble status. They are also not required to inject bugs in their head, and they are already prisoners through the privilege of the nobility. The high-rank trainees maintain their rank because of the service and treatments they get from it. Lorina Beowolf, Cruel Dwight, Kasha Everain. The 3 of them are always in the top 3. As Lorina was apologizing to Yan, Cruel stops her, said that why she is telling sorry to a trash like him. Cruel gives an angry look at Yan and said that even though they are training together, but they do not belong to the same status. He then mocks Yan for having the lowest number and calls him dumb and so many stuffs. Yan was so pissed off that he was thinking to split Cruel's head, but he bears this all as killing him will cause him problem. He then said sorry to them. But Cruel was not letting him go easily and said that only humans apologize. He told Yan to get on the ground and beg for forgiveness. As Yan stands still, Cruel starts to scold him. But in the meanwhile, Lorina assembles all the scattered boxes and convinces Cruel to let Yan go, as it is his first time meeting a noble. The 3 of them then let the place. Lorina said sorry to Yan again before leaving. Yan then takes all the boxes and starts his work. While he was going to the room that he was ordered of deliver the boxes, he noticed a strong bloodlust coming from the side road in front of him. He was thinking of Roman, but he then ignores it and starts to walk. While he come in front of the alley, he saw Lorina Beowolf was waiting for him there. The greatest criminal that the Imperial Knights also failed to catch, the Blue Iron Arm Galder. He committed his first murder at the age of 11 and formed a robber group at the age of 20. He attacked 23 villages and 17 guilds. His arms that even deflect the strongest of the strongest sword is the symbol of fear. But Lorina Beowolf, she alone take down the blue iron arm Galder and walk down the road with arm that was the symbol of fear. This show of her was enough for her get accepted in the special task force, the Beowolf Duchy, one of the top 4 noble families that rule over the northern Snow Mountain region. The knights of the family say that Lorina possessed the potential to become the strongest swordsman in the continent. She is also the strongest member of the Beowolf family, and she is also known as the Sword Saint. As Lorina and Jan stands in front of each other, she asked Jan what is his objective and why he is hiding his true power. Jan does not want to get more involved with Lorina, so he wants to end the conversation shortly. He replied to her that he has no idea about what she is saying. Lorina then mentions the incident that happens in the training hall. She said when she passing by the training hall, she saw Jan and Roman fighting. At first she thought that it is a fight between low-ranked trainee, but she was amazed to see Jan performing the 1-inch punch. She asked Jan that why he is just a low-ranked trainee with skill like that. Jan didn't reply and acts like he didn't know anything. Seeing Jan, Lorina said that she has got the wrong person. Lorina was going to leave the place by shaking her hand with Jan, but she decides to test Jan one last time. She used a 1-inch punch to see the reaction of Jan. Jan found out about this plan of her. He didn't move and takes the hit from her. After getting hit by her punch, he fall on the ground and starts to act like a pitiful commoner. By seeing this, Lorina was very shocked as she thought Jan would dodge her attack easily. As Lorina has a kind heart, she feels guilty for punch a poor boy, so she helps Jan to carry the boxes. She carried the boxes with Jan to the storeroom. Jan then expressed his gratitude to her as she was taking her leave. She asked Jan if he saw her punch. She said that she saw Jan's eyes were following her hand, and she also hopes that her assumption is also wrong for this time too. She leaves the room by saying that she will meet with Jan again. As she leaves, Jan thinks of her as a potential threat. He wants to kill her. Jan can kill her easily, but this will be a great problem to him as the whole Beowolf family will become his enemy. So he ignores all these foul thoughts and starts to focus on his plan of escaping this place. He comes to a toilet and was searching for something. When he was the special force commander, he caught a person who was able to escape from this place. He tortured that person to know from where he was able to escape. The person said him that in the 3rd area of the 5th cubicle, in the abandoned toilet, if he breaks the toilet wall, there is a small exit found. Jan goes to the located place and also found the hole, but a digging is needed for him to fit in as the hole was quite small. He gets happy that at last he can escape the special task force and regain his freedom. Afterwards, we can see at the special task force the guard is roll calling everyone. But when he calls for 974, which is Jan's number, at first, he didn't respond, so the guard thought that he has escaped, so he goes to check him and see that he is there and is laying on his bed. By seeing him, the guard shouted at him and told him to answer quickly. The guard then leaves by saying them to blow off the candles and sleep. Later Jan was think that after all of the mission he has performed, he has understand one principle, that is, the more cautiously you moved, the higher the rate of success. Jan has only one chance to escape, and if he managed to escape, the pursuit team will chase after him. That will cause him a lot of troubles, and if he gets caught, he will be executed, and he will be an example for all the special task force members. So to avoid all these cases, he decides to train himself in a special technique, even though his current body cannot bear this technique. He sits on the ground in a lotus position and starts to practice the dark dragon's breathing, a mana circulation, technique that only the special task force commanders know, as Jan body cannot bear the effects of the technique. So to reduce the after effects, he creates an energy core which will act as a mana engine. But there is a catch, that the energy core cannot be created shortly, but there is only one other way, and it is to use the divine dragon breathing. As he starts to practice it, the surrounding mana gets into his body at a lightning speed, and his full body gets overloaded with mana as if a dragon has entered into his body. The divine dragon's breathing is a secret technique of the first emperor who founded this empire as he conquered numerous countries with a single sword. The technique was so powerful that the emperor who was bored and went out searching for it, personally. As Jan was practicing, he notices that all the mana from his body is no getting out. He tried his best to hold the mana into his body. This also causes him to deal with a great amount of pain. But unfortunately, he failed to learn the technique. And one of the main reasons is that he only knows the half of the secret technique. Back when he was the commander, the emperor taught him this secret technique, but he was only taught half of the technique, which is how to absorb the mana. He didn't learn how to compress it, that's why he failed to learn the technique. So he decides to leave the technique for now, as it will take a lot of time to get the other half of the technique, so he focuses on how to escape this place. On the next day, all the trainees were gathered in the training field. A rumor has spread among the trainee that today they will be released from this place. By hearing this, Jan thinks that what a ridiculous dream it is. He then hides himself as Roman was searching for him. In the meantime, the instructor comes and shouts at them to shut up their mouth from hearing. The voice of the instructor, all the trainee holds their ears in pain, and some of them starts to bleed and also falls unconscious. This all happens because the instructor used a voice technique called the aura, voice echo. This is a technique where one uses mana while speaking. Jan also gets a bit nervous to see the person as he is, the commander of all the instructors in the special task force named Damain. After that, some instructors come and take up all the unconscious trainees and told all of the other trainees to be quiet and line up immediately and carefully hear the words of the commander. Jan starts to get very nervous as the commander is a person that treats the low-ranked trainees as his toys and plays with them, and if he by chance gets caught in his eyes, his escaping planning will all be gone and he will be killed. The commander then speaks up and said to all of the trainees that they all are trash, and if he could, he would kill all of them. He then puts a smile on this face and said not to be worried, as the emperor, who is a very kind person, has given them one last chance, which is to be selected to participate in a mercenary project. This is a project to select the members to protect the emperor, the dragon of the empire. The selected ones will have the honor of protecting the emperor as a dragon warrior, but the reality is different. They'd brainwash the trainee soldier by inserting a bug into their brains. The true objective of this project is to create puppets for the emperor to control. This is also to create people who can't even kill themselves without the order from the emperor. The commander then told all the trainees to clap at this generous offer of the emperor. All the trainees starts to clap. Jan was clapping, but he was thinking of how to lay a low profile so that he didn't get into the eyes of the commander. In the meantime, Roman spoke up and asked, "The commander is being a dragon warrior that great? And if he gets selected into such a great project, will he be able to get the chance to beat the shitty face of his and all the other instructors?" As soon as Roman finished his words, the commander launched an attack called the figure flick art and pierced the right side of his chest. He then asked Roman if he is all right, as he thought of him as a one as he spouted such nonsense confidently. But after seeing Roman fallen on the ground, the commander said that he is just an insect. As Roman was laying, everyone thought that he is dead, but Jan knows that he will be saved if his bleeding is stopped, but does not want to do so, as doing this will cause him great problem. After a while, Roman gets up by holding the hole in his chest. As he gets up, he again questioned the commander. He told the commander that what the hell did he said if they are insects, so what the hell are they who gathered all this insects? He also said that in order to survive, he did all sorts of dirty work and endured all sorts of humiliations. Is the emperor and the dragon warrior are all those are the only important things. He then said that if they ought to protect their oh-so-important emperor, they should do it themselves. By hearing this, the commander said to Roman that he is a very tenacious insect, just like a cockroach. He then said that a cockroach can even survive if their head is chopped off, so he wants to see if Roman is the same. After saying this, he attacks Roman, but as the attack was about to land on him, a crystal mole appears between. Crystal moles are a breed of wild rat that's found in the deep undergrounds of a mountain range. It's very notorious despite its cute appearance. It's notoriously known for the fact that when its crystal comes into the slightest contact with something else, it will start to shine and explode. Everyone along with the commander was shocked to see the crystal mole, but because of it, Roman survived. The crystal mole was Jan's. He found it in the toilet and brought it with him, in case if he needed it somewhere. But he never could have imagined that he have to use it so soon. Jan was also at a very serious situation. He was thinking of the commander, has he noticed him or not? And if he get caught, all of it will be over. The commander then said that Roman is really as tenacious as a cockroach, and he likes him. He then dismissed the meeting and leaves. By seeing this, Jan takes a breath of relief and thinks that he is safe. He also feels sorry for Roman, as he knows the reason why he gets so desperate. On the other hand, we can see the commander is smiling because he has found for himself new interesting toys. Afterwards, we can see at the Area 3 in the abounded toilet, Jan is digging the small hole. He has been working for 3 days and has made quite a progress. In this 3 days, he had only done digging and support the place with wooden boards. He also used mana in his eyes so that he can able to see even in this dark tunnel. He digged the whole tunnel with a knife. He is able to do the work peacefully, as no one passes through this place because it is in an abounded building that doesn't even show up in the map. While he is progressing at a faster rate, his knife hits a hard think as he used force and pierce his knife. An unexpected situation happens. On the other hand, the guards are roll-calling everyone, and again, when Jan's roll was called, he was not present there. But after a while, B comes with covering his head with the hoodie. As he arrives in front of the guard, he shows his face, which is covered in shit. The guard asked him, that is this disgusting smell coming from him. Jan tells the guard that while he was carrying the barrels, one barrel breaks off, and that barrel contains waste which has fallen on him. By hearing this, the guard told him to go away and wash himself and his clothes. Jan does according the instructor's orders. He was also happy that no one suspected him. The real incident is that the thing that he pierced in the tunnel was a drain pipe, and he pierced it, all the shit brushed into him. But all that aside, his plan is going smoothly. He was gathered some daggers, ropes, and other equipments that is needed for his escape. His body condition is also good to a certain extent. This is the result of his die-harding train. While he was washing his clothes, he hears the taking of 2 instructors and found an important info that makes him happy. The info is that the instructor commander is going away for some work. After hearing this, he thinks that it is a very good change for him to escape. He then starts to walk towards the abounded toilet in the Area 3. As he is going to enter the building, he hears some footsteps, which is coming towards him. He gets every tensed. He was thinking of 2 persons. One is Lorina, and the other is the instructor commander. But as the person comes in front of him, he gets a huge shock because the person is none other than Roman. He then asked Roman what he is doing here, and if he had been following him. He also tells Roman to go away, and he has no time to deal with him. Roman replied that why the hell he is thinking of his as a stalker, and he also said that he has some work to do in here. Jan then asked him why he is walking around with such an injury in his body. Roman said that this little injury is nothing for him. As he finished this, the blood from his chest comes out like fountain. As Jan addresses this, Roman said that it is nothing but a pimple. By hearing this, Jan starts to walk and said that it is good that it is a pimple, and also tells him to go away as he has lots of things to do. As Jan was going, Roman laughs and asked him if he is busy because he is digging a dog's hole. This words makes Jan very confused and at the same time very tensed. Roman also threatens him that what will happen to him if the instructors have found about this. By hearing this, Jan gets so angry he takes out his dagger and uses his dark hunt skill and slashes the neck of Roman in a second and kills him. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Roman said. By hearing this, Yan get out of his thought in which he is killing Roman. Roman says if he is so scared that he cannot utter a single word. He also tells Yan that Yan should now start begging him and he might show him some kindness and keep his secret. From the inspectors, Yan then speaks up and said he wouldn't do that and tells Roman that he would say anything to the inspectors. Roman then asked why he thinks that he won't tell the inspectors. Yan replied that the reason he won't tell the inspectors is because he loathes the special inspectors more than he does. And the reason he knows it is because of the rebellion he does against the instructor commander, even though he would have died there, and the strong determination for escaping this place. Yan also said that he is the one who is more willing to escape this place than him, and as the only escape route is the tunnel, will he really tells this to the instructors. By hearing this, Roman says to Yan that he is extraordinary, and the first time he fight with him, he understands that he could have killed him if he wanted, and after that he could figure him out among the others trainees, as he has a certain unique scent. After that, Yan asked Roman how did he find that he is digging a tunnel. Roman replied that he figures it out by his footprints. Yan gets confused and asked to explain it. The training center is mostly made of granite, but I discovered weird footsteps that contained lime powder, and the width and size of the stride were the same as yours, Roman Siad. By hearing this, Yan gets surprised to see that Roman gets to secret only by this small amount of clues. He then says to Roman that he is sharper than he looks. Roman gets confused and couldn't decide if it is compliment or not. As Yan was leaving, Roman tells Yan to tell him about his escape plan and where the tunnel leads to, and what is the probability of escaping. By hearing this, Yan asked Roman if he is asking this because he want to escape together with him. Roman replied that he can't answer that now, since he need time to think about it too. Yan advises Roman to stay here in this place, as he is skilled. He should be able to climb to a better place in about 10 years. Yan also asked Roman that what will happen to those he is trying to protect, and now they are in a situation that they cannot even guarantee their survival, and the persons he is protecting now will still be around him in 10 years' time. Yan then says to Roman that he has to decide now, as they have no time, and if he joins him, they will not be here the day after tomorrow. Roman then asked Yan if he had a plan after he escaped this place. Yan replied he has one. Roman then asked Yan to tell him the plan. Yan says the difference between their ranks is 962 places. If they escape, the instructors will definitely go after Roman first. Roman says to Yan, just like you said, the both of us won't be here the day after tomorrow because he will be in his grave. Yan then praises Roman for being able to think so far in a short amount of time. Yan also says Roman to not complain so much as he is also taking a huge risk. He then asked Roman what he will do. Roman thinks a bit and says he will take the bait. The instructor commander tells all the trainee who have gathered at night that he gathered all of them as he has an announcement to make. The instructor tells everybody to see this night meeting as a positive thing, as he has some good news to share. Meanwhile, Yan thinks today this announcement is about the test details. The instructor then enlightened them by saying the new test date had been confirmed, and it will held in a specific location, and if anyone manages to survive one entire week, he would pass the test, and the location for the test will be the Blade Mountain Rangers. For Yan, it was as he predicted. In the past, there was an adventurer named Nilfra, who knew that a medicinal herb that could cure his mother's sickness grew in the Blade Mountain ranges. So he went there and he promises his mother he would find the herb and cure her. After that, a tragedy occurred. Nilfra's mother was fortunate, as she never knew what happened to her son until her last breath. Mountain ranges contained numerous monsters and were known to be a prohibited area, even within the Empire. It starts with goblin appearing, and the deeper you go, the more dangerous the monsters will be. from large demi-human that were rarely spotted, to humongous monsters that only appeared in stories. Such monsters would appear in the Blade Mountain ranges. Besides that, there were also monsters that the world still didn't know about. The world is still in the midst of discovering those monsters, and the monster that lives in the deepest part of the mountains, you will also encounter that being. The instructor finishes the story by saying he would be happy to see how many of the insects would die there next week for the test. In the meantime, a man comes to the eye interview with a report about a contract, and he need to go there, which made the instructor quite upset. The instructor dismissed the trainee and goes with the man. Jan didn't expect the instructor to finish the meeting so abruptly, while Jan realizes that this test would be hard for low-ranking trainee, and the high-ranking trainee will be protected by the instructors. For the moment, an announcement occurs, saying to step aside as the Miss Lorina is making a presence. While passed through, Miss Lorina glares at Jan, saying she would wait in anticipation for Jan. Jan thinks the situation will get more complicated than he expected, and make a pause in his decision, as he will get out of here soon. Jan asked Roman did he give a report on the test situation to the Emperor before the first test starts. While he hates seeing any of the people in the palace, he can't go against the Imperial Order. With this, the main obstacle for Jan's escape is gone, and tonight he and Roman will escape. At night, when the instructor is roll-calling everyone, he comes in front of Jan's cell and call out his roll as Jan is responding. The instructor tells Jan to not delay and respond quickly. 2 hands from the instructor's back appears and crack his neck. Jan, Roman, and 2 others has come and kills the instructor as their first task of getting out of this place. After finishing the instructor, Jan tells the others to hide the body properly so that no one can find it. The other 2 trainees that joined Jan and Roman in their escaping mission are Jake and Todd. Jake and Todd hide the body quickly as according to Jan's orders. Roman then says to Jan that he bought this too as per his orders. Jan asked Roman if the 2 of them are competent or not. Of course they are. Roman replied. Roman then asked Jan if he has plans to use these 2 trainees as a bait. There's no way I'd ask you to bring 2 people if that was my intention, Jan said. As they were walking, the Jake and Todd hears this conversation and tells Jan that they will not be death weight and they have come here prepared to lose their lives. Jan understands it and tells everyone to stay quiet as it will. A lot of trouble if they get caught by someone who has a very high listening power. After walking for a while, they comes in front of a huge red gate. Jan says that he needed 2 more people for opening this gate as it cannot be opened by a single person. Jan then says in order to go from our dorms to the abandoned area's toilet. We need to open these doors, but to open these doors, 2 pressure plates need to be stepped on, and the switch outside that controls the door must be pulled firstly. 2 of us will step on the pressure plates. After the other 2 go across, they will pull the switch and fix it in place. Then, the 2 from the switches will cross over, after hearing the words of Jan. Everyone understands how to open this gate and escape from this. Jan replied that they should stay here until he gives a signal after that. Jan and Todd goes through the red gate. It's been a while they have gone, and a single signal was given by Jan as time was passing by. Roman gets tensed, and after a few minutes the red gate also shuts by. Seeing this, Roman gets totally confused and moves towards the gate, and by hiding the gate he shouts Jan's name. As there is no response, he thinks that Jan has left him behind. He also shouts at himself for not understanding that Jan would betray him. While he was cursing Jan, he heard a voice which says, "Have you gone senile?" By hearing this, Roman asked if it is Jan. The red gate then starts to open, and Jan says to Roman, "That didn't. He told him to wait, and he cannot even do that." Jan was covered with blood, and by seeing blood on Jan's face, Roman asked him, "What has happened? And if Todd is okay?" Jan replied that both of them are okay. and an unexpected situation has arisen, which made him so late to open the gate. Roman asked Yan about the unexpected situation. As they passes the tunnel and gets to the other side to the room, Roman gets shocked, and Yan tells him that he tried feeding sleeping pills, but it didn't work, so he had to fought and kill it, so it took him some time. It was Great Wolf that, by seeing this, Roman asked Yan if he alone killed the Great Wolf. Yan says yes and tells them that they need to move quickly and get out of here. After that, the escape went as planned. Using the passageway that Yan dug in the abandoned toilet, they could see the area outside of the training center. They safely gets out of the tunnel and steps to the ground. Yan then moves towards the cliff and tries to sense for the presence of other, but he couldn't find any presence of other people in the area. He thinks they, the instructors, had probably just found out about their escape, and the pursuit squad should already be on the move. Roman then goes to Yan and tells that if he knew escaping was this easy, he couldn't waste his time in the special training center. Yan then looks at the moon and says that they have taken way too long. Roman then asks to Yan if they are done once. They gets out of this place. Yan tells them to not let their guard down. As this is just the start, Yan then takes out the pendant and opens it, and by seeing the picture, he thinks that this is the start of the journey to get everything back. Yan then tells everyone to stop and listen to him carefully, as they have no time to waste. Yan says that they are in the middle of the Atrian forest, and the Atrian forest is made of sequoia trees. It's located near the front of the Empire's northern mountain ranges. As they are in the center of the forest, they need to run 2 days to get out of the forest. Roman then stops Yan and says, "Wouldn't it be good to hide in the forest? As the sequoia trees are tall, they can hide among them." Yan agrees that there are lots of places to hide in the forest, but there are also dangerous monsters roaming around those places, and the tracking hounds of the instructors will find them in no time. Even they are well hidden, and there will be around 20 members in the pursuit team, and if they get caught, their game will be over. So in order to increase their chance of escaping, they need to disperse and split up the pursuit team. In order to do that, they have to go different ways, and the pursuit team will have no choice but to split up. Yan then says that they just need to shake off 5 members of the pursuit squad each. Roman then gets angry and says that he will be the bait, as he is a high-ranked trainee. The probability of all the pursuit team members chasing after him is high. Yan then says to Roman that now he is complaining, and tells him why did he train so hard and get to the higher level. Yan then says, the 4 of them runs together. The pursuit squad will catch all of them, so they have to run separately so that at least one of them can escape safely. Yan then asked if anyone have any questions, and if they has none, he tells to run them in separate directions. As everybody is about to run, Jake thanks Yan for letting him escape this hellish place. He removes his hoodie and tells Yan that he will definitely repay him when he meets him in the future. At first, Yan thought of Jake as a normal trainee, but after seeing him he gets that he is not, as he also has a story for getting out of this place. That sounds stupid. I don't even want to meet you guys again, Roman said. By hearing this, Yan looks at Roman and said that all this time he acted like a dependable captain, and now he is acting so cold-heartedly. Roman replied, "That's not what he means." He then says, the only time the 4 of them will meet is when they all get caught, and he doesn't want this, as he wishes all of them to escape safely. Yan understands Roman's thought and says that it is right, and wishes the others not to meet again. Yan then tells After that, the 4 of them runs at full speed at 4 different directions. As Yan starts to run, and after passing some distance, he uses his divine dragon's breathing mobility, arts, wind flap, and gets on the top of a huge tree. As he gets on the tip of the tree, he gets tired and blames for having such a fragile body. He also finds it hard to maintain the divine dragon's breathing, even though the technique itself is efficient. But he also thinks he glad that he is able to make up for this lacking body that doesn't even have mana flowing within it with body-strengthening techniques. Jan remembers his past self and thinks he is pathetic. He was the commander of the 5th Special Force, a man who is known for being the best at tracking, assassination, and spying. Jan also gets curious about the level of the pursuit squad and wants to test them and compare which ears pursuit squad is the best. After that, we can see 2 instructors were talking about pursuit team, and one of them tells that they have to get a new before the crazy-ass commander returns. As he was saying it, the commander has arrived and places a hand on his shoulder and says that would be impossible as he has already returned. By seeing the commander, the instructor gets scared. The commander then says him to relax as this happens. The instructor starts to beg the commander for misspoking about him. The commander's underling stops, and the other instructor and the commander starts to walk with the instructor and tells him that people even curse at the emperor when he is not around. The commander then asked if he is one of the instructors who is in charge of the trainee dormitories. The instructor replies he is and tells the commander to relax, as the pursuit team will surely capture them. By hearing this, the commander asked him how will the pursuit team will do that. The instructor didn't get him and asked his pardon. The commander then gets angry and pushes the shoulder of the instructor, and the instructor's feet gets crushed and he falls on the ground. You didn't even know that they were planning an escape, nor did you know that they dug an escape route. You didn't know that they had stolen items needed for their escape, the commander said. The instructor begs the commander to spare his life and to give him a second chance. The commander then steps on the instructor's head and tells that he doesn't have anything like that for him, and he also knows who is behind him. By saying this, he crushes the head of the instruct. In the morning, on the Atrian Forest, the pursuit squad Team 3 is following the tracks of a escaped trainee and is rushing towards him. The leader of the team tells the other two to stop. The other 2 then ask the leader if there is something wrong and if the tracks of the trainee disappeared. The leader's name is Kelly. Kelly removes the mask and replied that the tracking is going too smoothly, that it feels so unnatural. The other 2 members of the Team 3 are Jair and Anderi. Jair said that the tracking should be going smoothly as the trainee. Their tracking is number 974. Anderi tells the leader to stop suspecting on everything as they tracked the footprints from the cliff, and also discovered tracks here. The leader then doubts himself for overthinking, but he cannot get out from the uneasy feeling he is having. At that time, it starts to fog, so the leader tells the 2 of them to quickly go and catch the trainee before he hide in the fog. While they are walking, Jair said that their job is easy as they have to capture the number 974. He also feels bad for the team that goes to catch the number 12, as they will be having a hard time. Anderi said that, what's so hard on catching a trainee? Jair then asked Anderi for his number when he was a trainee. As he says this, Jan come from his behind and takes him up to the tree and killed him. After that, as Anderi is about to tells his number, Jan appears from behind a tree with a dagger on his hand and stabs it on Anderi and kills. Now, only one pursuit member is remaining. That is Kelly. After a while, Kelly looks back and he was shocked as he didn't see any of his team members. He gets confused as the 2 of them disappeared without a sound in a short amount of time. He then thinks if the uneasy feeling he is having has something to do with this. But he cannot understand it as it is impossible for even a number 12 trainee to take on an instructor. And how come a number 974 do it? While he was thinking it, Jan's hands approaches him from above. He notices it and used his sneak attack spiral slash and cuts down the tree in front of him and shout that this type A attacks will not work on him. In that moment, a wire comes and wrap around his neck and pulls him. Kelly was totally caught. He then thinks that the footprints and the pieces of clothes were not tracks as they were baits laid out of catch them. Kelly then asked Yan how a number 974 can kill 3 instructors. Yan didn't answer anything and finishes him quickly. Yan then takes the knife of Kelly and sits on a tree branch and thinks that killing the pursuit team was easier than he thinks, and he should be able to fight without a problem if he used body-strengthening technique. Yan then thinks he need to get out of this forest before the fog swallows it whole. He spread the blood of the pursuit squad all over the area, so the hunting hounds will pick up the scent and come here, and it'll be easier for him to escape once he hide my scent. Yan then chews slime plant. Its fruit is poisonous, and the leaves have a strong stench. He crushed the leaves and smear it all over him, as even hounds hate this stench, so this will erase his scent. So they shouldn't be able to find him with this. You need to hurry up. Escaping will get tougher. The longer he dragged this out, even Yan wouldn't be able to get away if they encircled him and set up an inescapable trap. Yan then notices a black smoke coming from the place where Jake and Todd escaped. He thinks that they are idiots, as this will expose their locations. Yan wants to get to them, but he stops himself as he brought them along to use them as bait. It's actually better for Yan with them attracting attention. Like that, Yan then remembers about the time they spent together and rushed towards them, as it's probably more advantageous for them to be alive right now. He just need to get rid of those tracks before the pursuit squad finds them. While Yan was running, he feels goosebumps that ran across the back of my neck. He can feel it, the eyes of death that he felt on numerous battlefields. He also sensed that something is behind him and is watching him. Yan feels a snake wrapping itself around him with a killing intent. At that moment, Yan hears a voice telling that I am glad that you bit the bait. The voice that Yan heard was none other than our instructor commander, who tells Yan that he was right in his judgment. The instructor thought Yan as an interesting fellow and also predicted that Yan will show something interesting and wonders how attracted Yan to this place. The instructor greets Yan as the trainee soldier 974. Then suddenly, lightning strikes. Yan thought, what's the instructor is doing here? This was impossible, as before Yan regressed. He was sure that the instructor returned later than the planned schedule. There were even rumors that the instructor was imprisoned after causing some troubles at the palace, and assumed that the changed because of his own actions. Yan thought, which action of his caused this phenomenon, but he couldn't think of anything that would influence instructor's actions. Yan believed that the tiny cracks that were created by the different actions he took after his regression ruined the original future. The instructor asked Yan that what he will throw this time around, a mole or a lightning rat. Yan realized that the instructor might have noticed that action of his. The instructor was mesmerized that Yan threw it in such a short instant and praises Yan for his awesome reaction time. In addition, the instructor said that firstly he was confused, but as he saw that, he changed his conclusion. The instructor thought that place only contained novice or vermin, but there was something interesting hiding in there. Yan regretted the previous action. If he hadn't interfered, this wouldn't happen now, and he doesn't know how much of the future changed for this action. But this is the worst scenario possible. Yan thought nothing certain, yet the instructor was known as one of the 3 continental swordsmen, but it will happen in the happen not now. The instructor claps while laughing, saying Yan that he is interesting, and the best as he concludes that Yan is thinking of killing him. The instructor then asked Yan what he intends to do now, as normally people would decide to run, and he is speechless seeing Yan's action, laughing heavily. The instructor offers Yan a special opportunity to try to kill him, and if he succeeds, the reward will be the freedom he desires. The instructor thought in his mind that Yan's countenance changed as he mentioned that, and he have never seen anyone as Yan, a mere low-rank trainee soldier capable of killing a beast and also annihilate the pursuit team whom were after him. His decision-making, skills, boldness, stamina, technique, and eye for details rivals the higher-rank soldier, and his skills are on a different level from the common folks, as his Yan was born with purpose of becoming a part of the Special Forces. If Yan keeps growing like this, no one can fathom what kind of monster would await us at the end. As the instructor says, Yan to show him his skills. Yan kneels down asking for help, and the instructor gets shocked by his actions. Yan starts making a story by saying that he can't see the person standing in front of him is the instructor or not, as he have poor eyesight. Yan also says that he has no intentions of escaping, and he was dragged with them because if he refused to follow them, they would kill him. However, they abandoned Yan and suddenly went off by themselves, and Yan thought he was a dead meat, but he met the instructor. The instructor investigated Yan that according to him, he was forcefully dragged here. Yan replied, "Yes, that's correct. And trainee number 12 planned it all, and that trainee soldier number 12 always insulted the instructor." The commander thinks in his mind that he would never fall for Yan's cheap tricks. In the meantime, Yan acts like crying in front of the instructor. Yan then immediately throws a kunai to distract the instructor. The instructor thought it as a disappointment as Yan tried to make his guard down so that Yan can attack, but he suddenly gets shocked as Yan instinctually throws another kunai at the same angle, which passes through the instructor's right eye, making 2 small cuts, which caused some bleeding. The instructor thinks that Yan run away but was mistaken and shocked. Yan suddenly appears above the instructor, charging him straight away with a dagger in his hands. Yan uses Dark Shadow 15th form, Shadow Erase, but his attack was deflected. The instructor's body was covered in black fog. The instructor then attacks with the black fog, and it chases Yan. Yan thinks at this he won't be able to shake him, and uses Dark Shadow's secret art Shadow Drop. As a result, his dagger gets broken. The instructor says to Yan that he have to take his words back when he said that he would let Yan go if he defeats him, as he couldn't let go an interesting toy like Yan and he could play with him for an eternity without get bored, as he truly is the best. Yan then saw the pattern in the right shoulder of the instructor and the incident that happened 22 hours ago before he escaped. He was in the Special Forces low-ranked trainee soldiers' accommodation named Cavern. The roll calls were done and the lights were said to be turned off. Yan finished his preparations for escape and thought that after today, he would never see this place. He wanted to get out quickly from this place and met his family whom he doesn't know anything about. The only clue he have was an old pendant. Yan promises himself that he would make sure to find them and enjoy a peaceful life. Suddenly, the upper part of the pendant's glass started to break and he discovered that same pattern. Yan thought, is this his family's insignia? The pattern was carved into the lid of the pendant, hidden behind the glass. Yan questioned himself, why is this pattern hidden in this pendant? And if this pattern is really his family's insignia, then is neither a common nor a slave. It was great for Yan, as he found a new piece of information, and if he finds a person who knows about this, he would be able to find his family. But Yan was troubled to see the same pattern on the instructor's body. By seeing Yan lost in thought, the commander asked if he is done as he is doing nothing, and it was getting fun for him. Yan didn't respond to the commander, as he was in his own thought as he found the insignia in such an unexpected place. By seeing the insignia on the commander's neck, Yan thinks that the commander might be related to his family, but it is impossible for the commander to be from his family, as Yan knew the commander, the identity from his past life. While Yan was in his thought, the commander approaches near him and gets anger and tries to kill Yan as he is doing nothing and ruining his fun. From the intense killing intent of the commander, Yan comes to his senses and quickly kicks the commander. Yan guessed that he landed a clear blow, but his guess was wrong when he sees the commander stops the attack with his hand and the kick didn't do a single damage. The commander praises Yan from this powerful kick and asked Yan from where did he learn this types of attacks. The commander then launches his Dark Shadow sword blade suppression technique. As the commander launches this attack, sharp projectiles that are dark in color comes out of the ground and attacks Yan. Yan does back, flips to avoid the spikes, but some of the spikes pierce him. As Yan back flips, he sensed that the black spikes has faint killing intent, and from this he figures out that the commander is toying with him. He then thinks that it is good for him, as he will be able to escape when the commander lowers down his guard, but there is a problem. If he escapes from here, he won't be able to find out anything about the insignia. And from this reason, Yan change his plan of escaping as he wants to find about his family and if the commander is involved with his family. A huge rebellion is about to take place across the continent in the near future. This rebellion, that's known as the Revolt of Armenia, will bring down 10 kingdoms. Numerous nobles will be slaughtered. The effects of this rebellion were so substantial that it even threatened the survival of the imperial family. Even such a huge rebellion was quelled in the face of the emperor's sword. After the emperor executed all the people who instigated the rebellion and their families, he burned them all. It was said that the fire burned for 20 days, and thus, this incident was named the 20 Days of Twilight. The main culprit behind this rebellion was the previous emperor's bastard child. There were several rumors about why he instigated the rebellion, but no one knows the truth because all relevant records were erased. All those who remembered him referred to him as the Continental Swordsman. The commander-instructor of the Special Forces Training Center. Yan then thinks if his family is directly related with the commander and the Revolt of Armenia, his family who's involved in the rebellion could cease to exist. So Yan thinks he must stop that from happening. No matter what, Yan then gives up on escaping and plans to remain in the Special Forces and gain the commander's trust. Yan then starts to think of something to make the commander trust him. Yan starts to butter the commander and praises him for his skills, and that he came personally to catch him. He then tells the commander that the captain of the Special Forces will get very happy to see that the instructor commander is working very hard by hearing this. The commander gets angry and quickly rushes towards Yan and grabs his face and throws him at a tree. The commander throws Yan so hard that Yan pierced through many trees. The commander then goes to Yan and grabs his collar and raises him up and said that he thinks of Yan as a nice and intelligent one, but now he sees that Yan is arrogant and also runs his mouth arrogantly. "You don't treasure your life, don't you?" the commander said. Yan replies that an arrogant mouth all speaks a few useful words sometimes. He then tells the commander that he knows a weakness of the captain of the Special Forces that can be used to get rid of him. By hearing this, the commander gets mad and grabs the collar tightly and asked Yan that how did he get to know such an information. Yan didn't reply to his question and said that the weakness of the captain of the Special Forces can be found in Simon's Country Unit number 52. After that 1 hour. Later, the commander has reached at the Special Forces Training Center. He has changed his outfit and is walking at the hallway with his subordinate. This subordinate asked him that what he should do to the 3 people that he mentioned before. The commander replies that he should throw the 3 into the cavern again, as he did not want to think about those insects, as the commander was talking to his subordinate as voice for a head comes, which says, "You are acting all busy, and so here you are. You look like you have all the time in the world, or are you just lazy? Tell me, which is it?" Commander Instructor Damien. The commander didn't reply anything and said, "What brings you here without any notice?" Special Forces. Captain Rodrigo Mayer. The captain then moves closer to the commander and asked him about the situations of the training center. The commander said that it's running perfectly, as usual. The captain then asked if is it Ture, as he has heard something completely different. Aren't there rumors that the standards of the trainee soldiers are better than the actual squad members? The commander said. After listening to this, the commander said that he is hearing something such nonsense for the first time. The captain then said he came to take a look because the quality of the squad members that came from the training center was horrid. How are the squad members at fault? The in-charge who's unable to handle the squad members is to be blamed instead, the commander said. As the two were talking, the mana from them starts quivering in the air. The mana is so intense that a weak would probably faint right away. The captain tells the commander instructor that he heard he didn't attend the imperial family's morning meeting. The commander replied that he had more important business to attend, rather than this trivial matters. The captain investigate what trivial matters. Is there anything more important for a citizen of the empire than showing respect to the emperor? The captain intervenes. The captain concludes that the reason the commander acts like this is because that blood flows into him. The captain says to the instructor that the reason he couldn't attend the meeting is because there were escaped soldiers. The captain asked the instructor that is he not even capable of handling trainee soldiers and tells him that he would take care of it for him. The instructor replied abruptly that the captain has mistaken because there were no escaped soldier and that he have heard the wrong information as his ears have grown old and dull. The trainee soldiers simply went out with the instructors to prepare for a test. The commander instructor tells the captain that he have seen a lot of insects recently and asked him he has any idea of if or not. The captain replied that he couldn't comprehend what the instructor is thinking. The instructor then illustrates that he is trampling all the insects he saw in his training center until they meet their demise, but there are so many of them that it's getting troublesome. The instructor has found the den of the insects and says that he would exterminate all of them in one go. Lastly, the instructor takes his leave, saying the captain to have a nice journey. The instructor says to his subordinate that all the indigestion he was experiencing has dissipated after seeing the Special Forces captain, taken aback, and asked him that the information he gave him, it is true or not. The subordinate replies that the instructor will know once he looks into it while removing his mask. The face was revealed, saying that the instructor will know the fact that his information are correct, and the face none other than our MC Jan's. Simons County, Street 52, is a neglected street, and Jan has lived on that street before. It's a place where almost on one is at sight. It is a street that isn't good for children to live on. But in that place lived the Special Forces captain's daughter. Jan tells this to the instructor commander. By hearing this, the commander asked if he has played with the captain's daughter. Jan replied, yes, and says that as there were not many children, so they all knew each other. By seeing the commander expressions, Jan gets that he is not believing him. All the things that Jan has said is a lie, so how in the world the instructor commander will believe in such a half-assed lie? But Jan has no other choice. He had to make the commander believe in his lies. In a situation where the Special Forces captain and the commander instructor are at loggerheads, although the commander has been searching high and low in the country for the captain's weakness, but he wasn't able to find out the exact location, and the evidence of that would be him reacting to the location that Jan spoke of. Jan thinks that he must make use of this information. The commander says that he finds it a bit strange that even though Jan knows the location of the captain's daughter, but how he is sure that she is the captain's weaknesses. Jan replies that he heard it in person in the past when he was talking to the captain's daughter. She told him that she will be leaving this place soon, and after. Jan asked her for the reason. She replied that there are bad people who are after her dad, and those bad people are looking for her so they can threaten her dad. So, her dad said to her that she have to leave this place, and after a few days later she disappeared as some people in black clothes brought her away. Jan then says that he only knew after he came here that those people were members of the Special Forces, and she is the daughter of the Special Forces captain. The commander hears to Jan's story very carefully, and after that he says that how come all the things have come together like puzzle pieces. Jan says that it might be that the goddess of luck is helping him. By hearing this, the commander throws a pen at Jan. Jan dodges the pen so it did pierce him and hits the wall behind him. The pen makes a small cut on Jan's face. After that, the commander says that, after heeding all the things, he thinks that Jan is the spy of the captain. Jan says to the commander that he understands why he thinks that. He also says that it is not a coincidence that all the pieces of the puzzle has come together. He is the one who personally picked the puzzle pieces and connected them so he could survive. Jan then says that if he really were a spy. As the commander mentioned, there's no need for him to risk his life and try to escape, and this information is for him to use in case his escape attempt failed. So he kept it for this moment. The commander hears him and nods his head. To make the commander believe him more, Jan tells him that he also knows that where the captain's daughter is taken to. The commander then stands up and faces towards the window and says that if really the goddess Luck is on his side. By hearing this, Jan gets happy as his plan to the make. The commander believe him has worked. Commander then says Jan to go back. With this, Jan has overcome a crisis, even though the commander probably doesn't believe everything. Jan said, but this is enough for now. As time goes, Jan will get closer to him, slowly. Jan then says, the commander farewell and takes his leave. As Jan leaves, the commander thinks that how a guy like him is number 974, and he thinks that the instructors have no eye for evaluating people. The commander then takes the form of Jan in his hand and smiles. After that, a week later, at the demonic realm Blade Mountain ranges, the first Special Forces trainee soldier exam starts. The demonic realm Blade Mountain ranges is a restricted area in the Empire. This area is one where all sorts of monsters inhabit and undoubtedly is the most dangerous place. As the first Special Forces trainee soldier exam begins, some trainee soldiers are hunting in the swamp goblin area. The scent trainees killed all the goblins there and make the place flooded with goblins' blood. The trainees starts to think that the demonic realm Blade Mountain ranges is not dangerous at all, and the 7 days they need to spend here to pass the test will be done easily. The leader of the trainee team told them to be quiet and also reminds them about the other condition for passing. The test is to kill monster and collect demonic crystals from them. He also says that even if they survive, their scores are determined by the number of demonic crystals they have gathered, and if they get a lot of demonic crystals, they will be able to climb not just higher status, but maybe even higher than the 4 great families. While they were talking about this, a huge hand comes from the top and grabs the head to a trainee and just simply twist it. As this is how the trainee number 320 died in the hands of a gold ogre. Gold ogre is a mutated ogre species. It conceals its presence with mana before approaching its prey. By seeing the use monster, all the trainees get scared and takes attacking position. The gold ogre then rises, the number 320 trainee, and starts to shake him. The ogre then swing its hand, and instantly killed 2 trainees, the instructor. Commander watches all of this with a green crystal. After watching all of this, he tells all the other trainees that the first 30 trainee that were sent to the demonic realm mountain ranges are all death, and to proceed quickly, they will send 50 trainees to the demonic realm mountain ranges after every 5 minutes. Jan thinks that he has to eventually go inside the demonic realm. Jan looks at the instructor and sees him happy. Jan then thinks that if he needs to get closer to the commander, he will need scores that are extremely outstanding, and to achieve that, he would first need to do something about this body, because there's a limit to how much he can grow with a half-assed divine dragon's breathing technique. Jan then smiles a bit, because it will be beneficial for him to go inside the demonic realm. There are still 2 treasures in the demonic realm that still no one knows about, and if he gets them, he will be able to grow faster. After that, an instructor comes and tells something to the commander. Jan gets a bit confused, as this scene never happens before. After that, the commander and the rest of the instructors kneels down by saying the trainees to pay their respects to the ruler of the Kavalan Empire, the legitimate successor of their great emperor. As they says this, the crown prince, Leon Cavalan, arrives there. By seeing him, Jan gets totally shocked because based on his past memories, the only notable event that occurs during this time is the death of 500 trainees, but the scene that is happening now is a special event. The crown prince greets all the trainees and introduces himself. All the trainees then fell on their knees and greets the crown prince. But Jan gets very angry, and this blood starts to boil out of anger. The crown prince then tells all of them to be at ease. He also says to all the trainees to raise their hands if any one of them want to get out of this hellish place. The crown prince also says that he swear upon his name that he will guarantee their safety. As Jan hears this, he gets super shocked, as this not the prince that he used to know. After that, we can see a little flashback of Jan's past life at Capital Avalon at the Emperor's residence. Jan has come the Emperor Leon and says that the team they have sent has successfully burned the demonic crystals mine, and now they are trapped and they should send reinforcements to safely bring them Emperor. Leon says Jan to leave them as they are so that they can sacrifice themselves and take down some enemies. Jan says that they should not just abounded their soldiers that has fought for the empire. The emperor then says that the world is like chess. All the pieces only exists for the sake of the emperor, the one and only king. The Emperor Leon also says that it will be a great honor for them to sacrifice their life for him. This type of person is Leon, who is merciless and cruel. Back to the present, Leon the Crown Prince tells all the noble family's children who has entered in this special training to earn strength to go back, unless they wants to go UP against him when he ascend the throne. By hearing this, all the trainees get shocked. Jan also cannot understand if the Emperor Leon and this Crown Prince Leon are the same persons. The commander then goes towards the prince and tells him that by hearing his speech, all the trainees are in huge shock. The prince then says that, "What's the reason for conducting such an unethical project like this?" The commander replies that the special forces exist for the sake of protecting the empire and the emperor. By hearing this, the prince shouts at commander that not to say something this ridiculous in front of him. The prince also says that the emperor exists for the people and orders the commander to stop this evil practices. The commander replies that this is something His Majesty has approved, and everything here is done legitimately within the bounds of the laws. The prince shouts legitimate and says that if there is anyone among the trainees that has volunteered for the test, he will stand down on one among the trainee has volunteered. But after a while, Jan stands up and greets the prince and introduces himself and says that he would like to participate in the test. The prince looked shocked and asked Jan that as he is a low-ranked trainee, isn't he as mistreated here? And so why he is willing to participate in the test. Jan agrees with the prince that he is mistreated here, but there's something here that's given fairly regardless of their rank. And that is the qualification for them to risk our lives in order to climb higher. And that's why he wants to participate in this test to achieve something great. By hearing this, the prince gets a bit disappointed and leaves by telling the commander to continue the test and he watching. As the prince leaves, the test begins. Trainees are sent to demonic realm via a rap gate. Eventually, the turn of Jan has also come. He then stands on the rap, and green light starts to appear for the grounds marking. All this time, Jan thinks that in his previous life, Leon didn't come to the training center, and he is also completely different from the Leon he knew. Jan then asked himself if all of this is happening because of his influence, and what has really happened to Leon. While thinking all of that, Jan has been teleported to the demonic realm. As he gets teleported, he sees that there is no one else around him. So he walks to scout the area and tries to find a weapon. As he walks, he smells a familiar smell of sulfur and demonic energy. From the smell, he gets it that he is in the Blade Mountain Ranges, Valley of Wind. As he was standing still, he sensed that a monster is approaching him from behind. On the other side, where the rest of the trainees are, a cockatoo griffin has launched its attack to the trainees. The trainees gets panicked by see the monster rushing towards them. But at that time, rank 1 trainee Lorina Beowolf comes, and by using the Dark Soul 15 form technique, Stardust, she kills the monster. The trainees that began to thank her for saving their lives. Lorina then asked that if their team is made up of low-ranked trainees. They replied yes, and says that their team is mainly made up of 700 ranked trainees. They also says that as many of their members are injured, so they are facing hardship to get out of the valley, so they request Lorina that if they can travel with her team until they get out of the valley. Lorina replied that they can follow them as much as they like, as it doesn't matter to her. By saying this, Lorina starts to think to Jan as she has not seen him. The bold attitude of Jan in front of the prince has left quite an impression to her. She also cannot get it, that why Jan is so willing to participate in this hellish test. While she was thinking all of this at that time, rank 2 trainee Cruel Dwight comes and says to Lorina that she is doing something stupid again for letting these vermins in 700s to follow them, as they will be a burden for them. Cruel also asked that if she is willing to take care of them as their parents, and if she thinks that this generous compassion of her will help anyone. Lorina gives an angry look and says, Cruel, to watch what he is saying, and also tells him that a rank of someone doesn't tell everything about them. While the two of them are talking at that time, the ranked 3 trainee Kasha Everain comes and says that why they are arguing with each other. She then tells to Cruel that he is really short-sighted. Cruel asked what she is saying. Kasha says that this test is an individual test, so there is no need to complete among each other. Cruel then asked that if she is also willing to travel with this vermins. Kasha replied that with a bigger team, it will be easier to deal with a crisis. She also says that as a noble, shouldn't they lead the commoners? Ha, noble, can you call the bloodline of a traitor? A noble as well, you want to lead the commoners? Let's see, what did the Everain family do while leading the commanders? Be careful, it'd be such a waste if the last Everain went to the gallows, right? Cruel said this to Kasha. Thanks for your concern. I guess I was too focused on trying to restore my family, though Cruel, I'm so envious of you in times like that. Since you have your 2 older brothers taking charge of the Dwight family, you can just live however you want. Kasha replied this to Cruel. By hearing this, Cruel gets mad and tries to kill Kasha, but Lorina steps in and stops Cruel from doing this. After that, Cruel starts to walk away and says that he will only lose out by traveling with useless bastards like them. He then starts to walk away alone, and after a while he found traces of blood on the ground. By seeing the blood droplets, he starts to follow it. He then comes to the place and thinks that it would be a monster den, so he hides himself behind a boulder and picks a bit. But by seeing the scene, he gets shocked as there is a human who has killed a large number of red goblins and is eating the heart of the goblins.
The 2 items that are found in the Blade Mountain Ranges. Jan must obtain them in order to execute his plan. As Jan is waking, he thinks that the first thing he should obtain is the goblin's heart. While he is thinking this at that time, ambush him from behind. Jan notices it, and by using Dark Soul, 21st form draconic flames, he pierced through the goblin's chest and takes out the heart. He then uses the draconic flames to burn the goblin to crisp. After that, as he looks forward, he sees a group of goblins looking at him with lustful eyes. Jan smiles and says that he didn't thought that the thing he wants would come to him walking. Jan then jumps towards the group of goblins. Magic crystals are usually just deemed as byproducts of monster hunting. They're usually just used as accessories for magic items. But one day, Something happened that caused the value of magic crystals to re-astronomically Professor Isaac. The magic scholar published a thesis in the Academy that humans can absorb the traits and mana of a monster by using magic crystals, stamina from orcs, regeneration from trolls, and strength from ogres. Naturally, the world academics opposed to his thesis. They says that it's ridiculous as human and monsters use mana differently. The headmaster Neuron then asked Isaac that if he can prove his thesis, he also tells Isaac that if he can't prove his thesis, he will get expelled. After Isaac applied his thesis on Neuron, he gets bulk, and now he has more muscles than a young boy. As soon as the thesis was proven, the mana users of the whole continent got excited. Monsters became more frequently seen in pharmacies than in dungeons. Everyone questioned Isaac that if the process to absorb mana stone is complicated, the process to remove poison from the magic crystal is extremely complicated. It needs either the flower of the moonbug or volcanic stones. But the absorption itself is very simple. You just eat it, Isaac replied. Yan kills all the goblins and starts to take their heart and eat it, to eat the monster's magic crystal and heart in a 2-1 ratio. This method of eating that harmonizes the magic crystal's mana and the poison that expels from the heart. As Yan eats it, he feels very disgusting and he spits a bit of it due to the poison. To absorb mana, crystals, one must be prepared to risk their life. The poison starts to destroy the indies of Yan, so to slowly purge the poison, he uses Divine Dragon's breathing. After using the breathing technique, the poison calmed down. While Yan is absorbing the heart at that time, Cruel sees this, and he launched a sneak attack. The attack of Cruel makes the area to get covered in dust. In the meanwhile, Cruel says that he is surprised to see this sight, that a 900s rank trainee killed all of this goblins. He also says that now he will kill him and take all this magic crystals with him. As the dust clears, Cruel gets shocked to see that Yan is not there. Yan escaped Cruel's attack and he gets behind a stone. He then tells Cruel that hooligans like him are more dangerous than the monsters in the Blade Mountain ranges. Did you manage to get away? You sure got lucky. I heard there's a tribe among the barbarians that eat monsters. It's actually way more repulsive than I thought to see one in person. While I'd love to beat a barbarian like you to death right now, I'll spare your life if you show me sincerity. Cruel says this to Yan. Yan asked that he means by showing sincerity. Cruel replies that if Yan give him all the magic crystals he has gathered so far, he will show him the mercy of the noble. Yan tells Cruel that he doesn't have any magic crystals because he ate all of them. Hearing this, Cruel gets angry and threatens Yan that no one is here so he can kill him easily, so if he value his life, he should hand to him all the magic crystals. Yan gives a sinister look, says that right. No one else is here. Yeah, you're finally realizing the situation you're in. Quietly hand over. Cruel says this. As he says this, Yan moves quickly and punched at Cruel's stomach. Dwight estate. I must become the master of this estate. I was 12. When I came to understand the state of the world, its trash-like state made me feel I'd be the natural choice to succeed this family. However, misfortune had struck me as I was stuck with 2 trash cans above me. They were scared. They didn't want me to succeed the family. Hence, I was thrown into the Special Forces Training Center by them, under the pretext of training me. I can't believe it was their decision to throw me in that dump site of a place. I will never forget them. Cruel Dwight, is the true successor of the Dwight family. I'm on a whole another level unlike in trash. The moment I get out of this place, I'll exterminate all of the trash bastards. This is the history of Cruel. In the fighting between Yan and Cruel, Yan comes out as the winner, and he takes Cruel of the Valley of Snakes, the single path that leads below the cliff. The shape of the path denotes the slithering of a snake. Hence, it was named the Valley of Snakes. As no living organisms approach this area, no one knows where the end of the valley is. Yan makes Cruel his dog. He binds a rope to Cruel's neck and let his carry the bodies of goblin. After following Yan for a bit, he tells Yan that he is not a person who can do this types of work, as he is the true successor of the Dwight family. "I don't want to hear you yapping about your family," Yan tells him and pulls the rope and tells Cruel to walk faster. Cruel asked Yan that why is he making him do this? Yan replies that he is the one to brought this upon him. Yan also tells that this punishment is very low for trying to kill him. Cruel then questioned that why is he bring so many goblin cropses with him? Yan tells him to shut up and walk quietly. "You know you can get punished via the Empire." Laws for making a noble do manual labor. Cruel says this. Yan throws a stone at Cruel at it, hits at his nose. Cruel lays on the ground and rolls around due to pain. He couldn't says anything by remembering the beating he received from Yan. At first he thought that he can defeat Yan easily. Yan slaps him and defeated him in a humiliating way. After that, Cruel gets up and starts to walk behind Yan. He gets angry and thinks that after he recovers his mana, he will kill Yan for sure. The killing intent of his gets noticed by Yan. Yan turns around with a scary face and tells him that if he needs to make him understand things further. Seeing this, Cruel gets scared and his killing intent vanishes and he starts to talk about becoming friends with each other. After Cruel settled down, Yan finds him a bit strange. There's a small trace of bloodlust, but it's heading in all directions. Yan only know of one thing with such an energy, just like how there's black magic that uses the power of darkness among the world of magic. There are also demonic martial arts that uses the power of darkness in the world of martial arts. Anul can obtain more power, quicker than the usual martial arts. But it breaks down the user's mana and body as they continue to use it, and the user would eventually be devoured by the darkness and fall into a state of madness. Cruel's nickname in Yan's previous life was Bloodstar. He was notorious for all the evil deeds he committed in order to succeed his family. Yan wonders if the notorious deeds Cruel has in his previous life is because of the demonic martial arts. But in this timeline, it doesn't look like he's learned that at this point in time. After walking for a while, Cruel tells Yan to wait and requests his to release the leash. At first, Yan didn't intend to do so, but as he hears the words of Cruel, his gets convinced and then he releases the leash. Cruel rubs his neck and says that now he feels good. Yan then tells Cruel that his job is done as they have reached their destination. Cruel asked Yan about this place. Yan replies that a real treasure is hidden in this place. After that, Cruel throws the corpses of goblins in the huge crack. He then kicks the bag and tells Yan that he has done the job that has been instructed for. Yan tells him that as he has finished the job, he will give him a piece of advice. "Advice?" Cruel asked. Yan looks down and seems a bit tensed. He advises Cruel to run to the gate without looking back. As Yan says this, we can see two eyes glows at the bottom of the crack. As the bodies of the goblins fall on the bottom, their blood spills on the floor and activates a magic circle. After sucking all the blood from the goblins, the circle glows red and black. Smoke emerges from there. From that, a monster awakens, and it roars. Cruel and Yan is seeing this from above. Cruel asked Yan that what the hell he has done. Yan says that it was all Cruel's doing. He then tells Cruel to get ready as the monster is coming. Seeing them, the monster jumps and rushes towards them. A vertical eye opens on the monster's head, and it tells them to offer souls to him. Kasha and Lorina is with the other trainees. Kasha asks Lorina that if she is feeling all right. Lorina replies, "Yes," and says that an unimaginable evil mana is spreading throughout the whole area. They finds that the center of that mana is coming from the Snake Valley, and they wonders that the hell is going on. Kasha says that she has never encountered anything this strong before, so she is not sure what to make out of it. Looking at the situation, Lorina tells Kasha that they have to change their plan and they should head towards the gate right away. Lorina then announces to the other trainees that they will be going to the gate as fast as possible, so she tells them to throw away any useless baggage and also to throw away the magic crystals. The trainees asked her that what will happen to the test. Lorina tells them to shut up and quickly get to the gate. The trainees then starts to do as they are instructed. Lorina then tells Kasha that the mana is on par with the Patriarch. The Patriarch? No way! His fighting abilities alone are always within the top 5 of the Empire. He's the guardian god of the North. That mana is on par with Duke Beowolf. That means that even if all the instructors came over, they wouldn't be able to defeat that. We are done for. Kasha says this to Lorina. After that, we can see at that instructor post, an intruder has infiltrated their base. It the monster that Jan has awakened. The monster kills all the instructors in a second. Other instructors see this and rush to attack, but the monster is immensely powerful, and it ignited the instructors in an instant. The monster's quench for the soul hasn't gone yet. It wants more soul. On the other side, Lorina and his squad is running at full speed towards the gate. They have come near the gate at that time they hear some voice. So Lorina tells her squad men to stop. A trainee comes in front of them, and he is walking weirdly, as is, saying that he will offer his soul. The trainee then points his hand towards Lorina and his body brust. Lorina gets ready to fight. Kasha tells the other trainees that they have been ambushed, and she tells them to look for the enemy. At that time, the blood from the brust trainee starts to float in midair, and it takes shape of a magic circle. Seeing this, the low-level trainees get terrible headache, and they starts to vomit. Lorina tells everyone to get on guard. From the magic circle, the monster starts to come. The monster tells them that they are the ones who have awakened him from his slumber, so now he will express his gratitude by taking their souls. As the monster has now shown his full body, we can see that it is an ancient lich with 4 hands and 3 eyes. The mages were saddened, because human life was finite, whereas magic was infinite. Blinded by greed, the mages researched on how they could pursue magic eternally. As a result, they offered their souls to the darkness and obtained eternal life. They turned into undead, a monster that loathes all living things, into a lich. As Lorina see it, she gets that it is not a normal lich. It has absorbed numerous lives and become a being that has existed for almost an eternity. Lorina wonders that why such a monster is lurking around here. On the other side, Roman, Jake and Todd is rushing towards the gate. As they approaches towards the gate, they sees the death bodies of the instructors. Seeing this, Roman gets tensed, and he remembers the words of Jan before they got transported here. Before teleporting, Roman comes to Jan and asked him that if he want to team up together, as roaming alone in the Blade Mountain ranges is extremely dangerous. Jan tells him that he doesn't want to team up as he intends to go around alone. Before departing, Jan tells Roman that if he feels like something terrible has happened, then he should run towards the gate immediately and forget about the test. Now, seeing all of this, Roman wonders that if all of this is Jan's doing, and what the hell is he thinking right now? Later we can see that the ancient lich is slowly walking towards Lorina. Seeing the lich approaching, Lorina orders her underlings to quickly get to gate number 3, which is the nearest place from here. As Lorina is not coming, so Kasha tells her that she also have to go with them. Lorina unsells his sword and tells Kasha to go, as she will be buying them time for escape. Lorina looks at Kasha and tasked her to safely evacuate all the trainees. At first, Kasha didn't want to leave Lorina alone, but after thinking that she has to take over her family, she decides to leave. Seeing that Lorina is alone, the Lich says that she is a fool, that she is trying to fight him alone. Lorina thinks that she still have some chance of winning. She only have 2 advantages right now. First, She have a blessed mithril sword that undeads are weak against. While she is thinking this, the Lich casted a magic. The magic's name is Skull. Magic missile. As the Lich casted it, many skulls appear out of nowhere and rush to hit Lorina. Lorina uses her Dark Start mobility skill Wings of the Wind Swallow to avoid all the skulls. She then throws her sword cover towards the skulls as the two of them collides. An explosion occurs which binds the Lich. Lorina uses this chance and gets up. She then jumps towards the Lich and slash him vertically. As the attack lands, Lorina gets shocked to see that his attack is being blocked by the Lich's defense magic protect wall. Lorien gets shocked again to see that the Lich is double casting. In the meantime, the Lich casts a attack, magic using his skulls, and it hits Lorina at the back. Getting hit, Lorina fall, and her weapon gets away and falls on the ground. The Lich then binds Lorina using his skull. Lorina now gets into a terrible situation. She shouts at the Lich to unbind her and let her go this instant. The Lich laughs and says that he will now destroy that haughty soul. After that, the Lich starts to cast his magic. A magic circle comes in front of Lorina, and the Lich says that he will turn her into a corpse that will only serve him. On the other side, at the ancient Lich's lair, Yan enters the lair alone. He walks along the lair wearing a monster leather. As he is about to climb the stairs, a magic circle activates. This is an advanced flame magic trap, known as Flare Tempest. A huge flame totally engulfs Yan, but after a while we can see Yan is absolutely fine. He is totally fine because of the volcano. Monster armor, the leather of the volcano. Armadillo has high fire resistance. It also has a durability that can even withstand explosive fire magic. Yan knows this trap beforehand, so he bought this with him. He then throws the leather and starts to walk. There are a total of 492 magic traps. Among them, there are about 30 moving traps. Yan used the goblins to lure the Lich out of his lair so that he can get his hands on the treasure while the Lich is gone. Although he came up with this plan, but he can't believe it's this simple. Of course, this could only be possible if Yan knew everything about the lair. He got to know about the Lich when he was the captain. After he returned from an assassination mission, he received a report, case number A582157, Ancient Lich. In this case, 1,000 trainee soldiers have gone to the Blade Mountain Ranges, and there they found an immensely powerful monster that killed 900 trainees, and only 100 of them survived. A huge loss that placed the Special Forces Training Center in a critical state. Additional Report 1. We're assuming that the Lich woke up and left his lair after sleeping for a long time and began to suck the blood of the trainees. After that, we were able to locate the Lich as we investigated that incident. The lair was assumed to have been built during the ancient times. It was filled with mysterious treasures, grimoires that would make you a sage even if you read one of them, jewels that would make you so rich that you wouldn't have to work for life if you had one of them. But the most important thing was missing a life vessel. The egg of mana that contains the Lich's life and mana. The life vessel that was missing in Yan's previous life still exists here. Additional report. To discovery of the remnants of a life vessel assumed to have gotten damaged while the Lich was fighting someone, the culprit is undetermined. The incomplete secret technique that the Emperor gave Yan only allowed him to absorb it, but he couldn't compress it. But if Yan have the life vessel, the ultimate form of mana, he could use it to replace the missing function of compression that the secret technique lacked, that could perfect the divine dragon's breathing. Yan thinks this a smiles as now. If he used this opportunity, he might be able to surpass his precious self. After walking for a while, Yan comes in front of a gate, in which lies the Lich's altar, and this is also at the bottom level of the lair. Yan then throws a kuni at the gate. As the kuni is about to hit the gate, it is stopped by a magic barrier. After that, a skull comes out of there and attacks Yan. Yan dodges it and moves backwards. This the gatekeeper that Jan has heard off. This is the sealing magic face lock. It is an evil spirit without a physical body, so it is very hard to deal with. The skull then scans Jan's face, and as it didn't match it, tells to verify with the right face. Jan leaves that route as he knows about a secret way around. There was a place written in the report. After searching for a while, Jan found a switch in the wall, so he pressed it. As he pressed it, a door opens. This is the secret passageway made for the slaves. Additional report, 2-2. A large number of slaves are assumed to have lived in the lair. There's a passageway for the slaves to use. Jan knows this info from there. It's a labyrinth with a lot of primitive traps, so it'll take a while to get through this place, but there's nothing a special forces captain like him can't get through, and Jan has plenty of time now, as he knows that Lorina will buy him plenty of time. As the Lich casts the magic, a red rope-like thing comes out of the skull, and it slowly comes towards Lorina. Lorina is not scared. She tells the Lich that the way he smells and acts is just like an old man. Ho ho ho, I'm looking forward to how your soul will contort. I'll rip off your head to use it as my favorite livestock. Shall I try dismembering that body of yours and transplant it into an orc? Or I could also turn you into a zombie and make you eat humans. I wonder if you'll still be this haughty enough talking. Let's begin, it's over for you. The Lich says this. And after that, the red rope-like things rushed to attack her. As the attack is about to hit Lorina, she did something unexpected that shocked the Lich. Lorina catches the red rope with her mouth. She bites it and says to the Lich that all he can do is act, but actually he tastes like shit. The Lich gets mad, and HW starts to make a black-red ball with his hands. This magic's name is Dark Annihilation. Magic Dark Break. As he is about to launch the attack, the Lich noticed something and stops his attack and looks at his lair. Lorina gets confused to see this scene. The Lich gets that the barrier he puts in the altar gate has been broken. He gets furious and binds Lorina's neck with the red rope. He then pulls Lorina towards him and says that how dare she is to distract him, while her other friend gets into his lair. Lorina says that what does he mean by that? The Lich gets mad and tells her to shut up. He then uses gravity wave magic and smash her on the ground. The Lich then turns around and orders his skulls to open the gate to his altar. After that, the skulls rotates around at mid-air and a red portal is made. The Lich gets through the portal. Lorina now gets up and she is injured and also confused to see the sudden disappearance of the Lich. Then in the lair, we can see a red magic circle is formed on the white floor, and from there, the Lich comes out and says, that who dares to defile his altar. The Lich finds no one, and he starts to think that how come someone has break through his barrier, and how did they know about this secret place? He thinks that if this person is from the Mage Guild or an enemy from the Empire's army. As he walks further, he sees that some of his elixir's bottle are rolling around on the floor. Seeing this, he gets angry and shouts, "My elixirs! Who drank them all?" These are the extra elixirs, the best secret potion that the Lich has refined in the last 1,000 years that can reconstruct mana and physical bodies. The Lich's blood is boiling out of anger, and he has prepared these elixirs for 1,000 years for the sake of being revived as a human. After that, we can see Jan is sitting behind the Lich, seeing the Lich. Jan speaks up and says that the extra elixirs tasted so good. Hearing Jan's voice, the Lich turns his head and asks if he is the one who passed through his barrier. Jan tells the Lich to calm down and suggests him to come and have a drink with him, as there is no point in saving them. Jan is at a state of excessive mana consumption. When one consumes too much mana, they'd be in a state similar to a drunken state. Seeing this, the Lich gets mad and gets that Jan is a drunken brat. Seeing as how you rushed back, you must have been having a great time just now. Did I get way of that? It was worth coming in from the main gate. Jan says this to the Lich. The Lich shouts and tells Jan that he will kill him first and then kill all of the others outside. The Lich also asked Jan that if he thought that he wouldn't know that some rat had snuck into his lair. You didn't even know your lair was being raided. You wouldn't have known at all if I had only used the secret passageway, Jan says. The Lich then asked why did he break the barrier of the main gate? The main reason that Jan break the barrier is to save Lorina. When Jan was about to take the secret passageway, he thinks about Lorina, and so he jumps from the stairs and attacks the main gate barrier and destroyed it. Jan replies, the Lich, that he suddenly feel like it, so he breaks the barrier. Jan also says that there were also some ancient documents lying around too, and books about mana heart and energy core. So he asked the Lich that if he has gather all of that like some shut-in for 1,000 years, Cuckoo, do you know how I gathered them? My name is Momon, the one who decided to become an undead for 1,000 years for the sake of revenge. In the last 1,000 years, all I did was to prepare a mere rat like you dares to foil my plans, for the sake of seeking revenge against the bastard who betrayed me and took everything from me. I even swallowed the humiliation of becoming an undead. My great plans are now for naught thanks to you. Jan hears all of this while drinking the elixir. He then says, sorry to the Lich. Seeing him drinking, the Lich gets furious, and he instantly starts to attack Jan with his magic. He uses the Great Flame magic as he wants to even vaporizer the blood of Jan. Jan closes his eyes for a bit and reopens them and looks at the Lich confidently and tells him to stop. Hearing this, the Lich stops instantly. The Lich steps back and says that the energy of the mana coming from Jan is very familiar to him. Jan starts to show his chest and tells the Lich that he catch on quickly. As he sides the cloth and shows his chest, there is a small magic circle glowing in his chest. The Lich sees this and asked Jan that if he has consumed his life vessel. Jan tells him that it's a mana heart. A mana heart? You used my life vessel to obtain a mana heart? How do you know how to use a mana heart? The Lich asked. Jan didn't answer him anymore and starts to run away. Seeing this, the Lich uses his wide-range flame, magic heavy fire rain. Jan successfully avoids all the attack and runs. The Lich also starts to cause him. Jan tells the Lich to calm down as if he kills him. He will also die as he holds his life vessel. While chasing Jan, the Lich tells him that he will not kill him. He will use his body and revive himself. The Lich also tells that as Jan has ruined his work of a millennia and has taken his life vessel, and drinks all the elixirs, he will take his body, which will be a fair trade. You want to use my body? Sorry. But I don't swing that way. Jan tells this to the Lich. The Lich then starts to cast a magic, and he tells Jan to give up already and hand him his body. The Lich uses parallel circulation magic, and many magic circles appears and surrounds Jan. The name of this magic is Hexastrom. Jan gets impressed to see this, so to get out of there safely, Jan uses Divine Dragon's breathing, and he also activates his mana heart. As the magic is casted, lightning blots fireball, and few other attacks come out of the magic circles and hit the floor and breaks it into pieces. Seeing this destruction, the Lich says that he used this magic after a long time so he couldn't adjust the power level. He even wondered that if Jan is still alive, but Jan surprised him as he gets behind him and asked him that if he is worried about him. Seeing him, the Lich instantly launched the attack, but Jan jumps to avoid it. Jan uses dark dragon arts and moves at high speed. The Lich gets surprised to see that a rat like Jan can move this fast. After that, Jan quickly gets out the main gate. As Jan is running, he also gets shocked to see that how good he is, as he didn't expected this. Endless. Mana is being circulated from the mana heart. It's as if it's breathing. Is this the true power of the dragon's breathing? Jan wonders. The heart and mana crystal of monsters, elixirs, and even the Lich's life vessel. Jan consumed them all to become stronger. With how things are going, he'll be able to return to his prime days soon. No, maybe it's possible to climb even higher. Yan thinks this runs at full speed. After a while, he comes to a dead end. Yan looks back, sees that the Lich is coming. I activated my trap to shut the door. Now you don't have anywhere else to run to. What will you do? The Lich asked. Yan gets that if this is how things are, he'll have to kill the ancient Lich. No, that won't be possible. He has already used all his tools and weapons. He don't have any ways of fighting him now. The Lich again starts to cast a summoning technique and summons a dragon skull. Yan stands still, and he knows that he don't have any ways of fighting the Lich. But the person on whom common sense doesn't work would. At that time, Prince Leon Cavallon comes breaking through the wall and slashes the dragon skull and stands in front of Yan and asked him if he is okay. He also tells Yan that he did great, says him that he can leave the rest to him. After looking at the monster, Cavallon says that he didn't expect to see such a monster in this place. Hundreds of trainees have either gone missing or died because of you. Those hundreds of trainees are also my citizens. However, they withered away before they even had the chance to bloom. I will never forgive you. Leon Cavallon says this to the Lich. After that, Yan greets the prince. Leon asked Yan that what a trainee like him is doing here. I was tracking the Lich and got separated from the rest, Yan replies. Leon then praises him for informing the location of the Lich. He then tells Yan to run away. Yan thanks Roman for informing this. Before the test, Yan tasked Roman to tell about this, coordinates to the prince. The Lich then asked Leon that the energy from his body smells like Bahamut, so he asked Leon that how the hell is he related to Bahamut. Bahamut, how do you know our founding emperor's name? Leon asked. Founding emperor? To think you're the descendant of Bahamut. What a ridiculous turn of events. This is so ridiculous. Today's a special day like that one. The Lich was the subordinate of Bahamut. Momon, I can't believe you made the divine dragon's breathing. Incredible. You've fulfilled your role. Now, die for me. Bahamut uses momon and kills him. Momon is the one who formed the divine dragon's breathing. The Lich laughs as the descendant of his sworn enemy has appeared before him like this. Back in the past, when Momon was a human sorcerer, he has always wondered. The energy core's stable flow and ability to maintain energy, along with the mana circle's explosive amplification and ability to absorb if these two become one. What kind of great power would emerge? In order to fulfill that curiosity, Momon began to make use of the body of his friend Bahamut for research. The research was a successful one and new mana had manifested in Bahamut's body. That was the birth of a mana heart. Bahamut has become more muscular and he show off his body to Momon. Momon then asked him that how is he feeling? Bahamut replied that he is feeling great and now he can create a new martial arts. After that, they created a martial art that made use mana heart and named it after Bahamut's wish. The name of the martial arts is the divine dragon's breathing. After the martial arts is created, Bahamut backstabs Momon and he kills him. He then leaves Momon's body in the library, and before leaving, he thanks Momon for creating the mana heart and the new divine dragon's breathing martial art. After that, uncountable days has passed by, Momon's flesh has decomposed, and now only his skeleton is left behind. But Momon used his little bit of mana left in his body to hold on to his soul. He was able to cast magic onto his rotting body with just one thought on his mind. Revenge, to meet punishment onto the one who stole everything from him, to give the one who betrayed his trust what he deserves. Momon had prepared 1,000 years for that. The fight between Momon and Leon broke out, the come to the long hall to fight. Momon uses his parallel calculation hexastrom. Leon uses secret art of the dragon's breathing and cuts all the magic circles. Leon then rushed towards Momon using the golden dragon descent technique. Seeing this, Momon says, "Ban a nut! Even after death, you seek to torture me." Prince Leon gets angry and warns the Lich not to mention the name of their founding emperor. After that, the both of them jumps. Momon creates tons of magic circles, but Prince Leon cuts all of them and chases Momon. Momon gets shocked to see that all of his magic circles are being destroyed even before they are activated. In this case, Momon summons his slaves and tells him to garb Leon. Leon didn't get nervous, as he already know how to handle this situation. He rotates his sword and stabs the sword in the ground and uses the golden dragon summoning third technique Hungry Demon Dragon. All the slaves of Momon gets kills even before they are completely summoned. Momon then uses his fourth darkness magic element Strengthening, which is counted by Leon's golden dragon summon, 7th form dragon sword art, 3rd form. Momon then uses a upper level magic, 5th darkness, magic extermination magic, but this magic of his is also destroyed by Leon's imperial secret sword art ultimatum. The clashes of their techniques creates huge explosions. Yan is standing far away, and he sees this and thinks that this battle is truly incredible. Yan also praises Leon for being able to fight this monster, and now seeing this Yan thinks that Leon is the true monster. The energy from Leon's sword resembles a dragon, so Yan wonders if this phenomenon is due to the divine dragon's breathing. Yan also finds this situation as a good opportunity so that he can observe the capabilities of Prince Leon, as in the near future he has to fight with him. Now Yan wants to run away from here while they are fighting, as his top priority is to find his family. As Yan is about to run away at that time, Rodrigo Meyer comes and stops him and says that where he is going, as this is where things are about to get interesting. Rodrigo garbs Jan's shoulder tightly and looks at him angrily and says, "This is strange. The escape of the trainee soldiers and the appearance of the Lich. Number 974. You seem to always be at the center of both incidents." "Captain Rodrigo," Jan says politely. Rodrigo stops Jan and tells him to address him. "Sir," he also says that the standard of training must be in shambles for Jan to not even know how to greet his superiors properly. And this is just basic manners. What the hell are they teaching trainees nowadays? As Rodrigo is saying all of this, Jan finds him naggy type. Although the instructor commander covered up the escape incident, that was after the incident had been reported. A total of 4 escapees ranging from the trainees with numbers starting from 10 plus to 900 plus. 3 of the higher-ranked trainees were captured in a nearby forest pursuit squad. 3 that had been chasing down the final escapee had all been discovered dead, and the escaped trainee was nowhere to be found. Jan is the last trainee in the escape attempt. Captain Rodrigo then says that he heard the instructor commander personally joined the pursuit later on, and a mere low-ranked trainee was able to survive both the pursuit squad and the instructor commander. You also survived the ancient Lich this time round. Could all this be pure luck? I doubt so. Jan smiles and says that it's just not pure luck. He is super lucky. Jan also says that he was threatened by the rest in the escape attempt to become their porter. When he was almost offered as a sacrifice by the Lich, the Crown Prince appeared and saved him. That's all thanks to luck? Are you seriously asking me to believe that? Rodrigo asked. Jan says that it's true that he is lucky. He then give a cunning look and asked Rodrigo that if he is going to punish him for being lucky. Impudent brat. I can't believe he dares talk to me like that. To have such guts despite only being number 974, is he a hidden illegitimate child of a great family? That can't be it though. Rodrigo thinks this. Jan then asked Rodrigo that if he isn't going to help the prince, help him, don't be silly. If I tried to help, I'd do nothing but stand in his way. Rodrigo replies this to Jan. As the two of them is watching the battle, Jan notices that the Lich's vessel disappeared, but he's still alive. He thinks that it is because he couldn't completely absorb it. Jan then thinks if he activate his mana heart to completely absorb it, all of this will be over. Leon and Momon is fighting fiercely. Now Momon is on running as Leon is attacking him. While chasing him, Leon mocks him by saying that he has been doing nothing by running. Momon gets mad and shouts to shut up. Momon then feels that his mana output is decreasing, and it's been like someone is sucking his mana. He then looks at Yan, and Yan show thumbs up to him. Seeing this, Momon gets furious, and he says that he won't hold back now. Leon sensed something unusual, so he looks at Momon with his eyes wide open. Momon then tears apart his robe, and from there a huge red eye-like thing appears. Showing this, Momon says that he will kill everyone. This is another Momon's technique known as domain expansion. Domain expansion manifests the inner world of the user. Other than the Emperor, there are only 4 patriarchs who are capable of using this skill. Yan and Rodrigo sees this scene from above. Momon shouts, "Die, descendant of Bahamut." Leon gets a bit shocked to see this. Yan then uses the mana heart's full power to absorb the mana of Momon's life vessel. Momon suddenly feels a huge decrease in his mana, and he starts to shake. Leon sees an opening and attacks Momon with his Gold Dragon Dissension's ultimate technique. But as Leon attacks, his sword breaks into pieces. Seeing this, Momon laughs and says that domain expansion is in effect, and an attack like this will do nothing to him. After that, Leon shouts, "Come forth, Dragon Sword!" As he shouts, a golden light comes from the sword's handle and takes its form into a sword. Now Leon uses his Gold Dragon Dissension's ultimate technique. This time, he cuts all the magic circles in half and also slashes Momon into 2. Momon then starts to vanish away. He tries to garb Leon and says his last words of resentment. After that, his body turns into dust and flies away with the wind. Leon looks up and says that it's done. What a terrifying opponent. That was definitely domain expansion. If that had been perfect, the only thing left here would be is dust. I'm still too weak. After that, Rodrigo and Yan comes to Leon, and Rodrigo says that he has taken so much damage, and why did he have to come personally to do such a tripling job? Leon tells Rodrigo to stop nagging. He then asked Yan that if he is injured anywhere. Yan say he is not, and thanks Leon for saving him. After that, Leon orders Rodrigo to take Yan to the medical center. After that, all training in Blade Mountain ranges ceased. The results were way beyond what Yan had imagined. Yan managed to create his mana heart with the life vessel. He was also able to see what the Crown Prince is capable of. Yan thanks Momon for all of this. Later, as the hall is completely empty, we can see that the single piece of Momon's cloth that is lying on the floor shines. After defeating Momon, Yan comes back to the mansion and he takes a break after such a long time. He sits in a couch and is reading a book and enjoying his drink. Yan can't believe that a mansion like this is the residence for a trainee soldier. He wonders that if all the nobles live in such place. It's way too different compared to that hellhole Yan lived in cavern, 178 square feet, with urinal, chair, metal chains, and cockroaches. Compared to that, a mansion is 1,000 square feet, has bed, sofa, shower room, and proper food. This privilege that Yan is enjoying is because of scoring high in the test. The result of the test are given not too long ago. At the hall, all the trainees are gathered, and an instructor comes and says, "Great job, everyone." Although the first test was put to a halt due to the sudden incident, thanks to the Crown Prince's quick response, we were able to bring the whole fiasco to an end. We were able to stop the test safely. Those who survived the test take pride in that. We'll now announce the results. Rank 1 to 10 would be top. Rank 11 to 100 would be the middle. The rest will be bottom, and accommodations will be assigned according to your results. Those who obtained good results will be able to access Imperial Vault. a vault where various weapons, treasures, and technique manuals that existed from the establishment of the Empire up till now can be found. There are hundreds of sacred swords and shelves containing technique manuals that are said to be as large as a fortress. Rank 1 to 10 can access up until the 3rd floor. Rank 100 and above can access up until the 2nd floor. The rest will only be able to access the 1st floor. After saying this, the instructor starts to announce the rankings. Roman has got the 5th rank. He subjugated most of the goblin lair that was in the mountain range. Rank 4, Cruel Dwight. He subjugated the troll lair alone. Rank 3, Kasha Everrain. She took command of the trainee soldiers and defeated the orc tribes without any casualties. Rank 2, Lorina Beowolf. She defeated the golden ogre alone. Hearing this, the trainee starts to wonder who the rank 1 is. Kasha seems shocked as she thought Lorina would be number 1. But the results didn't bother Lorina as she thinks the ranking are meaningless. She thinks that rank 1 is simply a facade. As she was way too powerless in front of the real monster, she is determined to get more stronger. What a pathetic sight, Lady Lorina. You acted all big like you could protect everything. But you couldn't even protect your own number 1 spot. Cruel says this. He also says that he heard that Lorena tried to stop the Lich alone when it appeared incredible. What a role model for the nobles. But there's a strange rumor going around that you, Lorina, didn't fight the Lich. You barely survived by pleading for your life. That's not wrong, because the Lich wasn't someone I could defeat with my skills. Lorina says this and starts to walk away. While going away, Lorina thanks Cruel for being interested in rumors about her. She also advises Cruel to start paying more attention to his own results. What did you say? Lorina, you're way too nice living like this. Do you think you can fill the position of the dead Duke Beowolf, the successor of the Beowolf family? It was supposed to be my brother's position, but it belongs to no one now that he's dead. You're aiming for that position, right? That's perfect for your current situation. Oh, wait, could you have created that opportunity for yourself? If that's true, then that'd be huge news. Cruel says this. Lorina looks angrily at Cruel and asked him to guess whether he will die here. Hearing this, Cruel also gets excited and he starts to attack Lorina. At that time, somebody catch Cruel's ear and pulls it. Cruel stops immediately and he asked who dares to catch his ear. The man didn't stop, and upon hearing this, he pulls Cruel's ear so hard that he kneels down out of pain. In the meantime, the instructor announces that trainee number 974 Yan in the rank number 1. And the person who dares to tear Cruel's ear is also Yan. Hearing the announcement, everyone starts to say that how the lowest-ranked trainee gets number 1 in the test. Cruel tell Yan to quickly leave his ear, or... Hearing this, Yan gives a death glare at Cruel and asked, "What or?" Cruel lowers his gas and says that he wants to says that his ear hurts a lot. Yan then says hello to Lorina. She asked Yan that how did he get to know Cruel so well. Yan replies that they bump into each other at the mountain ranges. Yan also says that he is happy to see that Lorina didn't get any injuries. Lorina thanks Yan for this. She also thinks that what did Yan do to scare Cruel, who looks down on everybody? And she senses a power from Yan that feels like it could explode at any moment. Lorina wonders what on earth is going on. She has a lot of questions, but there is one thing that she must say right now. After that, Lorina tells Yan that Cruel has been mouthing curse words at Yan since just now. Hearing this, Yan pulls the ear harder, and Cruel begs him to stop, as what Lorina just said is a lie. Geek was awarded this accommodation for placing first on the test. He also got this book from the Imperial Vault. Back to the present, as Yan is thinking this, he suddenly looks at the ceiling and tells to come in. As he says this, the door starts to open, and a voice comes, "How did you know I was outside? Not bad. I even hid my presence." This voice is none other than the instructor commander. You haven't forgotten, have you? Between the two of us, there are still some things that we have to settle. The instructor commander comes in and says this to Yan. Yan then let the instructor command sit and gives him a drink. As the commander takes a sip, Yan asked if he liked it, as he has prepared it in advance because he was expecting him. The instructor commander replies that it's pretty good. Even if you tried to erase your presence, there's no way the aura you give out would disappear after all. Yan says this to the commander. Hearing this, the commander tells Yan to stop his blatant lies. The instructor commander asked Yan that, what magic did he do to the Crown Prince that he seems very worried about Yan? The Crown Prince orders the instructor commander to pay close attention about the treatments of Yan. It was probably just a moment of curiosity from him, Yan replies. A moment of curiosity, but it's too bad. While I feel sorry towards the Crown Prince, I'm wondering if I should kill you. I just received a report. Simons County, Unit number 52. No one was there. That came as no surprise, though. We were told that no one's been living there for years. The instructor commander says this Yan. Upon hearing this, Yan says that he guessed that Old Fox, the Special Forces captain, had already made a move. He thinks that he erased everything there after realizing he was being followed. Yan also tells the instructor commander that he will gather the proofs if he don't believe in his words. The instructor commander says that he don't intend to blame Yan for that because it no longer matters if he lied or not. What the instructor commander wants to says that Yan is no longer useful. Upon saying this, the commander taps his feet on the ground, and from the ground, dark, sharp objects comes out and attacks Yan. This attack's name is Dark Shadow Swords. Yan successfully dodged the attack. The instructor commander seems shocked that Yan has dodged his surprise attack. Yan then tells him that in that case, he don't think that the instructor commander should kill him, as he has discovered an important piece of a puzzle. A puzzle? What's that book? Instructor commander asked. Yan replies that this is the Block Meridian's research logs. This is a book Yan took from the Imperial Vault. Although he could access up until the 3rd floor of the Imperial Vault, he chose the Special Forces Grand Library that was on the 1st floor. It's a place where all the books and research logs of every Special Forces captain were gathered. Most of the research logs were about training methods or monsters. After searching for a while, Yan found the research logs written by Special Forces. Captain Rodrigo on Blocked Meridians. Blocked Meridians. A physical constitution, where energies in the body don't circulate properly. The longer the condition persists, the weaker the energies of the body, and in numerous cases, it leads to death. The instructor commander takes the book in his hand and asked, "What's the problem with this? Isn't it strange that a captain would do research on this? There's no way someone in the Special Forces would have that condition. And there's something interesting about Captain Rodrigo doing research about it. There's no way he'd have blocked meridians, but what if his daughter has it? The way she lacked energy and constantly stayed home. Her symptoms are similar to having blocked meridians. The Special Forces captain had researched it to cure his daughter of it. Yan thought Capital Rodrigo had kept her hidden because her existence was his weakness, but that wasn't it. He had changed where she lived for her treatment because it wasn't easy to find a good doctor. The way Yan approached this was wrong to begin with. His daughter isn't the captain's weakness? What exactly are you trying to get at? The instructor commander asked Yan after hearing his story. Yan then says that they wouldn't be able to leash the captain with just this. But instead of just a leash, they could get his life instead. Blocked. Meridians aren't curable yet. A tremendous amount of potions are needed just to keep her stable. He won't be able to pay that huge amount of money. Yan thinks he must have ways of earning money illegally. A place where he can get illegal money easily, it's from the Special Forces. And so, if they find evidence that he stashed away funds of the Special Forces, they can easily hunt down that old fox. Hearing this, the commander shuts the book and tells Yan that everything he says is just hypothetical. Yes, it's only a hypothesis for now, but if this hypothesis is true, we can completely bury that old fox. More importantly, there's zero risk on your side. You'd always be justified in trying to chase him down because he misappropriated the funds of the Special Forces. Yan says. Hearing this, instructor commander says that it's not bad. He then throws the book to Yan and says that he has someone in the Special Forces investigation squad, so things might unfold smoothly for them. Commander also tells Yan to go and learn more about blocked meridians. Seeing this, Yan smiles as the instructor commander has gotten excited. Yan knew this would work, because every piece of information he told him today is the truth. The captain has used the funds of the Special Forces for his daughter's blocked meridian condition. Yan remembers it clearly because this caused a huge ruckus in his past life. The commander then asked Yan that why did he gave up on the 3rd floor and went to the 1st floor to look for this. He also gave up on all those weapons. Yan replies that those weapons mean nothing to him as long as he can be of help to the instructor commander. After that, the instructor commander starts to walk towards the door and tells Yan that he will give him the reward that he gave up on, and also tells Yan that he don't need to attend basic training lessons from now on. Yan asked that what did he mean by that? The instructor commander then looks at Yan and says, "Number 974, I'll take you in as my apprentice." Hearing this, Yan smiles as he has become the apprentice of the instructor commander. While leaving the instructor, commander tells Yan that he has taken quite a liking to him, as he is on a completely different level from the previous toys he had. This is the perfect opportunity for Yan to get close to the instructor commander. Yan then tells the instructor commander that someone like him could never dream of being his apprentice. That's too much for him. What? Wait. I just said you're pretty good, though? Didn't you also succeed in ambushing me? The instructor commander tells this to Yan. Yan replies that but in the end, he got caught. He further says that he is worried that someone as lacking as him would taint the instructor commander's reputation. Upon hearing this, instructor commander shouts, "Quite!" and says, "You're my new I've decided that you'll be my new apprentice. That's decided, prepare for it." Saying this, he immediately left the room. As he leaves, Yan seems in a chill mood as he has made the instructor commander impatient. Yan then takes out his watch, and while looking at it, he thinks that he has finally have the change to get closer to the instructor commander. And there is a change for Yan to find out about the insignia and his family's secret. Scene changes, and we can see that at the 3rd arena, which is a personal training ground that's made available to executives. Not even the trainees of noble status have access to this, but Yan is the only one training there. He has built up some muscles while training. After a while of training, Yan thinks to take a rest. Yan can feel his body adapting to fit the mana heart, but the speed of the change is still too slow, but he needs to train as per his internal energy for the time being. Yan is able to use this place, thanks to the instructor commander. There were varied responses when people knew of this benefit that was given to me by the instructor commander. Roman gets angry and says if he became the dog of the instructor commander. Kasha seems interested in Yan and secretly wants to be friends with him. And lastly, Lorina, who began to stalk Yan even more. While it looks like the instructor commander was touched by the fact that Yan chose to go to the 1st floor for his sake, but this book is just a bait. The real thing is something else. The book that Yan really want to get was this The Birth of the Empire. Although it looks like a normal history book, it's a book that would cause an uproar in the future when people find out that it was written by the founding emperor, although Yan now have a mana heart, but he is still unable to perfectly use the divine dragon's breathing. The divine dragon's breathing was the product of the founding emperor, Bahamut and Momon. In order to perfectly use the divine dragon's breathing, both of them are needed. Right now, Yan need the knowledge of the founding emperor. Come to think of it, Momon is quite pitiful. He got his ultimate technique stolen before he got killed. It's no wonder he became a vengeful lich. Yan opens the book in a thought that he will be able to find any hint about the divine dragon's breathing. But as he opens, he gets shocked as the book is empty. He search all the pages of the book, but all the pages are blank. Yan gets tensed and starts to think that if all the rumors of his past life is fatal. He also thinks that as the Emperor killed Momon to get monopoly for this breathing, so there is no way he would leave the technique so easily. While Yan is deep in his through at that time, a black hand appears above his head. Yan sensed it as he quickly looks around, but he didn't find anyone or sees anything. Yan then leaves the book and goes back to his training. He starts to train his shadow slash. He uses the technique and slashes the pillar. Yan tried to cut the pillar in half, but he is still too weak for that, and he still can't do it as well as the instructor commander. While Yan is training, he hears a laughing sound, and that sound tells Yan that he is a fool. Yan noticed the sound and gets that it's coming from behind a pillar. The sound also tells Yan that he will never be able to solve the secret of the book. Yan tells to show himself. After that, we can see Momon comes from behind the pillar and says, "Long time no see, foolish brat." "Momon, how are you here? You survived despite taking that hit," Yan asked. "Cuckoo, cuckoo. I learned something through that incident. If I ignore something just because it's a mere insect, it'll still turn into a pain in the butt, especially child like you. You have to pass on sight." Saying this, Momon rushed to attack Yan. As Momon rushed, his robe gets slid away as his appearance is reviled. Momon looks like a boy with long white hairs. Yan thinks that his eyes are deceiving him. The Lich. Momon is actually a woman. As the Lich attacks, she passes through Yan. She again tries to attack, but this time also she passes through. But of them gets shocked seeing this phenomenon. Yan thinks if she is a spirit or just he is imagining things. During the process of the life vessel turning into a mana heart, did Momon become a part of my thoughts then? Yan wonders, as Momon has no real body, so she can't harm Yan. But the noise she is making is irritating Yan. Yan then lets Momon. That why is she wandering like a soul? She should have died properly. As Yan says this, the appearance of Momon changes again. She turns more mature, magic scholar. Momon, due to the influence of Yan's mana heart, she returned to her human form. Did you think I'd disappear just like that? Now that I'm back, I'll kill every single one of you. Not only you, but also the bloodline of Bahamut in this darn country. Momon says this after gaining her human form. She then gives an angry look and says that she will torture all of those who betrayed her until they beg her to kill them. While Momon is saying, then Yan interprets her and says that she is becoming small again. Momon replies that it can't be helped as this size is mana efficient. Yan then asked her that how can she take revenge in that form as she looks like a gimmicky plastic surgery advertisement. That's how everyone looks like once you take a good look inside of them. And this is all your fault. I'm currently receiving mana from your mana heart to maintain this form as a part of your thoughts. I'm unable to turn into a proper cognitive form because your magic power is too weak. Why the hell do you have so little mana when you have consumed that many potions? Even a neighborhood dog would have done better than you. Momon says this to Yan. Yan tells her to stop as she has been too harsh on him. Yan then thinks that now Momon will not be a threat to him. Yan, I can sense a faint amount of his mana going to her. The fact that there's a pathway between the two of them means that Momon can also affect Yan. She's the best magic scholar. If she starts to affect Yan by using mana, Yan would be left helpless. After thinking all of this, Yan takes his book and starts to leave. He says goodbye to Momon and tells her to roam the world before disappearing. Momon hears this and shouts bullshit and says that how can a boy who has such low mana adaptability wants to get rid of a cognitive form like her. Hearing this, Yan says, I just need to cut off your food source. You're basically living off my mana heart. If I reduce the mana supply from my mana heart, will you be able to maintain your cognitive form? Disappear now, Momon. Your era has long ended. Momon grinds her teeth out of anger as she has gone through many things to survive, and she don't want to disappear like this. Momon then tells Yan that if she disappears, how will he be able to know the secret of Bahamut's book? Hearing this, Yan decides to keep her alive. After that, Momon tells Yan to open the book and cut his hand and put his blood on the book. Yan does according to Momon's teachings. As Yan does this, Momon infuse a little bit of mana into the book. As the mana gets into the book, the blood starts to take shape and turns into words. The blood makes two words, light and darkness. Seeing this, Yan gets confused, so he asked Momon that what is the meaning of this. Momon says that she didn't know, as this book was solely written by Bahamut. Yan also gets it, but as Yan stares at the letters, the word starts to come out the book and floats in the mid-air. The floating words are rearranging them to make new sentences. After the sentences are constructed, they attach to Yan's body. The sentences starts to travel to the mana heart and passes from there and gathers at the abdomen and starts to form a new mana heart. At that time, Yan hears Momon's calling and he came back to his senses. Yan drops the book and starts to think if all this that just happened is an illusion, but the feeling is so teak that it doesn't look like an illusion. Yan then wonders that what kind of incredible secret did Bahamut stash away? Yan didn't unravel this secret to Momon, as he thinks it'll probably be dangerous. Yan thinks to make use of Momon. Yan then starts to walk away and tells Momon to follow him. Yan tells her that they need to find a solution to get a new body for Momon. Hearing this, Momon gets happy and says that she didn't think that Yan has such a nice heart. Yan tells her not to butter him as this will be of no use. He also warns her not to do anything strange. Momon replies, "Of course," and behind Yan she revels her monstrous face and thinks that once she has enough mana she will get rid of Yan. Yan then turns at her. Momon quickly changes her face and starts to whistle. Yan then says that he will just get rid of her as he don't feel good. Hearing this, Momon starts to sweet coat her words and tells Yan that they are one. So what's the worry? Later on, we can see a giant, abandoned colossal. The colossal is deep in the forest, surrounded by long trees. The walls are cracked and has moss grown on them. It's evening time, and Yan is there fighting. He is using lots of different moves, and it seems his muscles has gotten bigger again. He uses different types of punches and kicks, but in the end, none of them are useful against his opponent, because his opponent is none other than the famous Instructor Commander. Yan again rushed to attack him, but the Instructor Commander is standing still. As Yan gets closer, some black reddish liquid-like thing gets out of the Instructor Commander's feet. The Instructor Commander then raises his hand, and the black liquid gets up and takes the shape of a sword. The instructor holds the sword in his hand and swings it towards Yan. Seeing this, Yan quickly crosses his hands to defend himself. Due to the swing, a slash of black mana moved towards Yan. The structures behind Yan gets cut into half. After a bit of silence, a huge explosion occurs, and a bright light covers the whole area. After things settle down, we can see thousands of tress gets cut in half, and the cuts are extremely precise. Seeing Yan still alive, the Instructor Commander laughs and says that it's amazing, although he did use a little bit of his strength, but he didn't try to kill Yan, and to think that Yan is still breathing is quite amazing for him. Yan flew away and he gets stuck on a tree upside down. Yan then tells his master to stop trying to kill him when they are sparring, and at least teach him how to defend this attack. You focus the enhanced protection energy solely into your arm to withstand the attack and used centrifugal force to deflect the attack, the Instructor Commander asked. Yan replies yes and says that although he tried to deflect the attack, but in the end, he was the only one who gets deflected. The things Yan learned from the details that he read in the Found Emperor's book helped him. As if it weren't for that book, only his lower body would be left, like what happened to the trees. While Yan is getting up, Momon appears and says that the instructor knows how to control the black dragon pretty well. Momon also asked Yan that who is this man. Yan replies that he is Instructor Commander of the Special Forces Training Center. Momon says that the man's energy is quite familiar to him. That's normal since he's the current emperor's illegitimate son. He's a descendant of the founding emperor, Yan says. Hearing this, Momon gets angry and says that she won't let him off easily. Saying this, Momon rushed to attack the instructor, but as she is a spirit, her attacks didn't even touch the instructor's body. The instructor commander then tells Yan that the sword technique he just saw was one of the Black Shadow Art's first techniques, Dread Slash, and no trainee has seen the second technique yet. Do you know why? Because all of them died after seeing the first, in an utterly boring manner. Trainee soldier, number 974. No, my apprentice, Yan. I truly wonder how many techniques you can last against. Hearing this, Yan smiles and says that, I don't know how many techniques there are, but I hope there's a lot of them. If I learn one technique each day, then I'll need 365 techniques to exist. The instructor tells Yan that it's nice to hear his cockily talk, and tells him that even if he learns one technique a day, it will still take him decades to learn all. Hearing this, Yan tells the instructor that there's no need for him to worry about the number of techniques he will need to show him. And from now on, he will only need to worry about what happens after he has shown it all to him. After that, the training session begins. The instructor beats Yan, and Yan also learns more every day. Yan manifested a black dagger on his hand and rushed with it to attack his master. Yan trained under the instructor commander. Every day and time passed just like that. It'd been 2 years that Yan has been training with the instructor commander. After 2 years, we can see all the trainees are gathered at the hall, and the combined ranking for this time's test is given to everyone. The top 50 trainees' names are put on the hall. This time also Yan is first, Lorina Beowolf is second, and Cruel Dwight is third. Everyone has grown taller and bigger. Lorina can't accept the results. After that day, Yan disappeared. He didn't even attend any training with them, and now he keeps getting number 1. Yan, just what kind of training have you been doing alone? Lorina wonders. After that day, Lorina didn't meet with Yan. She is frustrated and trains hard daily. She goes to dungeons and slays countless monsters, with the strong determination that on the next test, she will definitely beat Yan. Later, 2 more tests passed by, and Lorina couldn't get the first ranking from Yan. She deliberately pushed herself to Terran harder. She went to high-ranking dungeons and slays the boss monsters. Now she is on a level where she can easily kill an A-rank monster. Time passed by, and now, the last test for the trainees is conducting in the 3rd arena. The last test is to fight an instructor. This is an important test that decides who will join the special forces, depending on the performance they shown in the fight. Current Cruel is fight, and the others are watching the fight. Among them, Lorina is also there. To her, this test is just a formality and nothing else, as most of the high-ranked soldiers have already easily surpassed the instructors. Since a year ago, there haven't been any instructor that are of match with her, but if she don't participate in this test, she can't join the special forces. That means all trainee soldiers must attend this. Lorina is looking forward to see Yan. She wants to see that how much strong Yan has gotten in the last 4 years. While the instructor is fighting with Cruel, the instructor gets exhausted and tells Cruel that the test will stop here, and tells Cruel to go back to his seat as his evaluation is over. Even after hearing this, Cruel didn't stop and attacks the instructor. Cruel has gotten taller and he has turned more evil. He didn't want to stop the fight and tells the instructor that this is a fight, and he can't stop it just because he is afraid and wants to run away. Saying this, Cruel attacked the instructor's arms and leg and cuts them with his sharp nails. Lorina is seeing this silently. At that time, Roman and Kasha comes there and says Cruel has been acting like an asshole, and after he surpassed the instructors, he acts like he owns the whole world. Roman has bulked up and is the 4th rank holder, that poor instructor. He was unlucky enough to get paired with Cruel Roman. Go and help him. He's so pitiful. Kasha, who is the 5th ranked, says this. Hearing this, Roman says that the instructors also killed so many trainee soldiers, so they are just reaping that they sow. Kasha starts to test Roman that he is just saying this because he is scared to fight with Cruel. Lorina is standing still and thinks that Cruel always had a nasty personality, but now he has went crazy. He also recently killed the instructor that was appointed to Terran them. Seeing the hopeless instructor, the others starts to says that Y-on-1 is helping him. Some replies that Cruel is a crazy dog with a super rich family, and now, as they all will be graduating soon, no one wants to get in a scandal with the Dwight family. Cruel now breaks the sword of the instructor, and the instructor fall on the ground. Cruel rushed towards the instructor to kill him. At that time, Lorina uses her powers and creates ice spikes and makes some gap between Cruel and the instructor. Lorina gets on the arena and unsheath her sword and tells Cruel that she don't want to cause a scandal, but it's hard to overlook his behavior. Lorina then tells Cruel that she will make sure that there will be no scandals involving the Dwight family by not allowing Cruel to make a single sound. While saying this, she uses the Beowolf supreme technique Ice Sword. Seeing Lorina, Cruel gets crazy and laughs like a madman and says that he always wants to teach her a lesson before their graduation, but he didn't thought that an opportunity like this will appear in front on him. Lorina feels immense bloodlust coming from Cruel. Cruel gives a deadly smile and says that he will make her the last test of his life. After that, the other instructor takes the beaten and scared instructor out of the arena. Lorina then tells Cruel that he has always chosen to pick on easy targets. How about fighting someone stronger than him for once? Hearing this, Cruel gives a sinister laugh and says that Lorina is acting all superior like usual. As he is saying, Lorina can feel that the death energy that is coming from Cruel is getting stronger. Cruel then tells Lorina that he will wipe that haughty face of hers with the humiliation he is about to give her, and he will become the last test of her life. Saying this, the both of them jumped at each out and clashes. Lorina attacks with her sword while Cruel is using his hands. Lorina tells Cruel that if he needs a sword, it's not too late to go and pick one. Cruel replies that he only need his hands to defeat someone like her. The battle becomes fierce. The two of them are going neck to neck. Roman and Kasha is seeing this battle from the side. Roman then says that although it's by a little, Lorina is taking the lead. In 30 moves, Cruel will find it hard to catch up. Kasha says that she hopes that's the case, because the strange energy that Cruel is exuding, that's not the dark shadow arts of the special forces. It's also not the ultimate technique of the Dwight family. If he uses that, and unlike Lorina, Cruel really wants to kill his opponent. Hearing this, Roman looks at her and rubs her head and tells her that what would someone who came in the 5th place know? What did you say? You also could only secure 3rd in rank too. Kasha says this. Don't you know that the 3rd rank and above are basically peerless? Roman says. Kasha replies that she didn't care about the ranking that much because she has other priorities other than the rankings. I know what your priorities were. You created a personal organization of commoners and countryside nobles, a total of 80 of them, right? Although I'd say they're more like an idle fan club rather than a personal organization. You must have been quite busy trying to recruit those nobles. Roman says this to Kasha. Upon hearing this, Kasha tells Roman that wasn't he was also busy himself. Roman also gathered trainees who were either slaves or from foreign lands. He created an organization that's basically an army. Listening to this, Roman gets a bit angry and tells Kasha that she is way too interested in others' affairs. Kasha smiles and says that she can says that same about him. A battle is about the break between them, but hopefully they stops after hearing Cruel's scream. Lorina beats Cruel and holds the sword on his neck. I think this fight is over. Want to continue? If you always act up because you think you're strong, you'll eventually end up in this state. If you learn to be humble, you won't need to be humiliated. Understood? Lorina says this to Cruel in a strict tone. Cruel is about to surrender, but at that time, and Shadows comes out of Cruel and says, "You're going to let yourself lose again? Poor Cruel, you're always losing and letting people take things away from you. Forever losing Sing and getting things taken away. You'll keep losing and getting things taken away. If you fight and kill everyone, nothing will be taken from you. Remember once again, everything was yours. The mansion, the position of the successor within your family, your father's love. You're so pitiful, Cruel, kill everyone. Nothing will be taken from you. The mansion, the successor. Position and your father's love would still be yours. All of it would still be your. As Cruel hears this, he comes in the control of the demon, and his desire for killing spikes up. His eyes turns blood red. Cruel then put his head up and starts to push himself and gets stabbed by Lorina's sword. Lorina gets confused and asked Cruel that what the hell is he doing? While pushing his neck further, Cruel says that there are people who would rather die than losing. Seeing this, Lorina quickly pulls out her sword and tells Cruel that if he has gone crazy, intending to kill himself. As Lorina takes away her sword, Cruel rushed towards her, saying that he knew that Lorina don't have the resolve to kill. Cruel then attacks her and sends her flying. As Cruel caught her off guard, Lorina couldn't defend herself and gets injured. As Lorina is defenseless, Cruel sees this and rushed to kill her. But the attempt of Cruel is stopped by a black wolf. Everyone gets shocked to see that this black wolf is Yan's. Yan comes and caught Lorina before she falls on the ground. Yan then calls his black wolf and looks at Cruel with his dreadful eyes. After seeing Yan, Cruel laughs and says that he is really lucky today, because at first he gets to teach Lorina a lesson, and now he will be able to teach Yan a lesson too. Yan first puts Lorina on the ground and tells her to rest beside the black wolf. Now as Yan stands in front of Cruel, he tells Yan that B has grew closer to a mutt, and asked Yan if he has learned a few circus tricks during the past years. Yan also tells Cruel that he hasn't changed a bit after all this years. In the meantime, Momon get out and says it's pretty interesting. She tells Yan that Cruel has been eaten by the demonic energy. Yan says that he already knows that. Momon tells Yan that it's progressed quite a bit, and it'd be best to deal with him now. Otherwise, he'll fall and become a demonic human soon. As Momon is saying this, Cruel rushed to attack Yan, saying that what is he doing, mumbling to himself. Yan is calm, and he tells Cruel that he is thinking about his future. And the two of them eyed about to clash at that time. The instructor commander comes and tells everyone to be silent. The commander tells Yan that he appeared out of nowhere after 2 years and have gotten even more arrogant. He tells every to wrap things up as he is going to make the final announcement. As Cruel and Yan is still on the arena, the instructor commander give a frightening look and tells them to move quickly, as it'd be such a waste to die on the last day of the training. After that, everyone settled down and all the trainees line up in the arena. The instructors also line up beside the instructor commander. The instructor commander then strats his speech. First of all, he congratulates everyone for surviving until now. He says that this batch starts with a total of 1,000 trainees, but now only 200 tarnees are left, and this is a decent result. He also says that their strength and skills take up 50% of the final evaluation, and mana estimation will take up 50%. The final results will depend on what he has just mentioned, and they are no longer trainees anymore, so they have earned the right to be called something else other than their trainee number. They also have earned the right to be a Knight of the Empire. Empire. Knights are people who are able to control mana. There are a total of 10 ranks to measure how strong the knights are within the Empire. Rank 10, a knight who has learned how to use mana. Rank 9, a knight who possesses an energy core or circle. Rank 8, a knight who is able to resonate with their sword's name. Rank 7, a knight who is able to manifest energy onto items. Rank 6, a knight who is able to imbue energy onto a sword or their body. After the evaluation is done, and it's time for the results. As usual, Jan is at top, and his knight rank is 5. The scene changes, and we can see that Jan is walking through the upper-ranked trainees' accommodation hallway. It'd been 2 years since Jan has a decent accommodation. As he is walking, Momon asked Jan that what is this knight rank? Jan says that she don't know about this because this knight rank don't exist 1,000 years ago. Jan then tells Momon that the knight rank is basically a rank given to a knight like the mana circles. Most of the trainees would get rank 7 to 8. Even though the rank doesn't look high, they're at a level where they're capable of taking out most demi-human monsters. The 4 elites are ranked 6. There are very few people within the training center who can defeat the 4 of them to become rank 6. At their age means they're elites among the elites. As Jan is telling this to Momo at that time, Lorina comes to him and says that he has changed a lot in this 2 years. Jan tells her that she has also changed a lot, and she tells her that she should seek proper treatment for her injuries. Lorina asked Jan that if the reason he saved her in the match between Cruel and her is because he thinks that she would lose to Cruel. "What are you saying?" Jan asked. Lorina gets angry, and he looks at Jan and tells him not to. Thinks that he has won just because his rank is 5, because a rank is just a rank, and it can't portray the full strength of the person. Empire. Knight rank 5, people who are about to attain enhanced sword aura, the dream of knights. Although there are some rank 5 knights within the Empire, the only person who's achieved rank 5. At the age of 17 is the current crown prince, Leon. Lorina then leaves, tells Jan that he looks ugly in this long hairs. Jan is puzzled as he don't know why she is so angry. As Lorina walks, she felt ashamed of her behavior. She remembers the memory of her older brother, who has also achieved the rank 5, but due to Prince Leon, he didn't receive the title of being the youngest rank 5 in the Empire. But there is the thing that she didn't want to acknowledge, that Jan is better than her brother. After that, as Jan is walking to his room, Momon tells him that she didn't thought that being ranked 5 would be such a great deal. She then asked Jan that why he is hiding his real strength, and if he showed his real strength, he would get rank 4. Showing only this much is perfect for now. It's enough to get moths gathering around me like how they're attracted to flame. Jan says this to Momon. The scene shifts, and we can see the instructor commander is walking along the other instructor. The instructor tells him that because of Jan, the other trainees would be discouraged. The instructor commander says that Jan has exceeded his expectations, especially the Black Wolf. He never taught Jan anything about this. He himself modified the Black Shadow sword art and created the Black Wolf. The other instructor then tells him that he is favoring Jan too much, and if this continues, the order of the training center will disrupt. Senior instructor Zach. I guess you have become fearless, now that you have become a senior instructor. Since. When have you gotten the right to tell me what your personal opinions are? The instructor commander says this while giving a deadly look. Senior instructor Zach asked for forgiveness. The instructor commander then takes his leave while telling Zach to take care of the rest. As the instructor commander leaves, Zach's team comes, and Zach says that it's time to deal with Jan. After that, we can see Jan in his huge room, sleeping peacefully in this king-size bed. As Jan is sleeping quietly at that time, Momon get over him with the intention of taking over his body. Momon has been gathering strength for the past 2 years, so that when she gets Jan off guard, she can take over his body. Momon gives a deadly look and uses her magic to brainwash Jan. She uses Mind Breaker spell. She slowly guides her mana towards Jan's brain. She thinks that by the time Jan opens his eyes, she will take this body. But unfortunately for her, Jan noticed it and opens his eyes and says, "Come down." He tells this to his Black Wolf. As Momon was casting her magic on Jan, the Black Wolf gets behind Momon and is about to bite her head. Seeing Jan, Momon tries to trick him, saying that she was just seeing if his mana circuit is okay or not. Yan shouts and tells her to stop that bullshit, and he warns her that if she tries this kind of things again, he will trun her into dust. Momon nags and says that she had to do this because Yan is delaying to get her new body. While the two of them are talking at that time, somebody knocks on the gate and asks if trainee Yan is inside. Yan gets out of the bed and starts to walk towards the gate, thinking that who would come to him so late at night. As Yan opens the door, we can see senior instructor Zach. Zach tells Yan that the instructor commander is looking for him. He tells Yan to be quick and follow him. After that, Yan walks behind the Zach, and they comes in the Special Forces Freedom Shopping Street alleyway. As it's nighttime, the street is empty, and there is a strange silence. Yan and Zach is walking. Yan asks Zach that as the test is already over, so why the instructor commander is looking for him so late at night. Zach is staying silent and is walking quickly. Yan asked him that why the instructor commander asked him to meet in such a silent place. He then asked if is it really true that the instructor is looking for him. Hearing this, Zach stops and he draws the hidden weapon from his hand. Sliffs. Zach attacks Yan with the dagger and says that he is quite smart. As Zach turns to attack, he gets shocked to see that Yan is not there. Using his agility skills, Yan gets behind Zach and says that he is fast too. Yan then attacks the instructor and sends him flying with his 1-inch Dark Soul 7th form punch. Zach lands and his mask gets out of his face. Zach gives an angry look and asks Yan if he already knew about this. How could I not, when you guys exude such intense killing intent? Guess you guys are not that well trained in covert training yet, Yan says. Yan then looks at Zach and noticed the crimson-colored sword energy that is coming out of his dagger. The only people capable of using that sword energy are rebels. Yan then asked, "You're a senior instructor, right? Does the instructor commander know about what you're doing? This isn't what a senior instructor should be doing. Are you sure you can handle the consequences of this?" Zach hears this and calls Yan a bastard. Zach tells Yan that if he thinks that he is such an amazing guy just because he is ranked 5 knight, and if that arrogance of his is coming from because he has done well in the tests. Zach then calls his subordinates and says that he wants to see how long his arrogance stays. Yan looks at all the people and says that they won't be able to beat him with his few people. Later we can see that Yan is defeated and he has been caught by the instructors. Momon asked Yan why didn't he fought back and just let him caught by them. Yan tells Momon to shut up and watch what happens. The instructors put Yan in the middle and surrounds him. Yan begs them to at least tell him what the reason behind doing all of this. The other instructors tell Zach they should kill him quickly, and there is no need to hear his last words. Yan requests Zach to tell him the reason, so that after death he can reflect on that. Zach then speaks up and asked Yan that if he remembers what happened 2 years ago. Yan asked, "What happened? You led some trainees and escaped from the Special Forces. A lot of instructors were mobilized to capture you and the other escapees, and everyone was killed by you. My brother was among them. You probably don't even remember it, killing the squad leader of the 3rd Pursuit Squad. My brother, I won't forget how my brother lost his life because of a vermin like you. I still remember how his corpse looked. It looked like he was in great pain, the expression that he made. I've been waiting so long for this day. I'll kill you today and appease my brother's soul. Go to the afterlife and ask my brother for forgiveness." Zach tells this to Yan and tries to kill him. As Zach is about to attack, Yan calls his wolf and uses the Black Shadow Sword Art 1 Materialization Back Wolf. He cuts the hand of the instructor, Zach. Yan tells sorry to Zach for what happened to his brother. And as that, they both fought to survive, and Yan won, so there is no place for grudges to exist here. Yan tells Zach they were the guy to taught them this, and say that he didn't believe that so mang instructors come here for this personal grudge. Zach hold his cut of hand and asked Yan that what nonsense he is spouting. Yan then looks fiercely at them and asked if they are rebels. Zach was from Armenia. They had a revolt that shook up the whole continent, even though it still ended in a failure. There was a group of people that led numerous rebels, so they rallied all sorts of rebels and called themselves the Revolutionary Army, the Crimson Revolutionaries. The name originated from the sword aura that they used, the Crimson Revolution. Their swords are always bloody, and they use their own blood to create a dark red sword aura. The battles of the Crimson Revolutionaries always ended in a bloodbath. The Crimson Revolution was known to be an artistic skill that was passed down when the leader of the Crimson Revolutionaries founded it. If a knight on his level had used it, they could have made it even more destructive. But there was a downside, which was that it consumed blood. In order to overcome this downside, the Crimson Revolutionaries absorbed blood. Yan tells the rebels that he actually wanted to meet them, but they have saved his time by coming here their own. Yan then asks them that if the instructor commander is the one giving them orders, or is it someone else from the special forces. Brat, I don't know how you found that out, but the moment you mention the revolutionary, you can forget about dying easily. Zack says this while boiling in anger. Zack commands his men to begin the Crimson Revolution. Hearing this, two men steps forward, pointing their sword at Yan and releases the crimson-colored sword energy. Yan gets surrounded, and the rebels' men attacks him from both front and back. Yan determines that the level of this Crimson Revolution Knights is rank 5. Now Yan gets serious, and he calls the Black Wolf, and the wolf gets attached to his arm, turning into a sword. Yan then uses the Black Shadow sword art, Dread Slash. Zack sees this and gets astonished that at such a young age, Yan has reached the level where he can use the instructor commander's Dread Slash skill. Yan covers his sword with a pitch-black awar and slashes vertically. As soon as he slashed, the whole area gets covered in this pitch-black aura. The awar was so intense that it reaches the sky. Zack gets flying away and hits a wall. He is sitting down and is speechless to see what just happened. Yan just swings his sword once and all the rebels expect Zack is torn into pieces. As Yan stands in front on Zack, that Yan is the real monster. Zack asked Yan that what is he? Is he the spy planted by the Empire? Zack also asked that how did he find about them, and if the instructor commander also knew about them. Yan steps on Zack's injured leg and tells him that he is the one who will be asking the questions. Yan reached his pocket and starts to take out his pendant. He tells Zack not to worry, and he mighty spare his life if he gets a satisfactory answer. Yan opens the pendant and asked Zack if he has seen or know anything about this insignia. Zack sees the insignia and gets shocked. He asked that, what is this insignia doing in such a pendant? What's this insignia? Does it represent a family or a guild? How is it related to the instructor commander? Does anyone else wear this insignia too? Yan asked Zack while grabbing his collar. Zack looks at Yan and asked why someone like him have that? As Zack is saying something about the insignia, bump starts to occur in his face. Yan asked, that is happening to his face. As Zack is about to say something, his face gets bloated, and after that, his face just explodes. Yan wonders if Zack committed suicide. Momon gets out and says no. She further tells that there was restriction placed on him via magic, and he probably had no idea as well. Yan asked, what's that? Energy and blood that would be triggered when a certain word is mentioned or a certain action is done, it'd explode and kill the one it's placed on. I don't know who was behind it, but he's very meticulous about security. Just so you know, what I tried to cast on you was also a type of restriction. Momon says this to Yan. From this incident, Yan finds something that not only does the instructor commander carry the same insignia, but it's also related to the rebels. Yan's parents are also involved. He's starting to get a bad feeling about this. Yan then turns around and starts to walk. He is going to instructor commander to report this. You're going to find him after killing all his subordinates? You sure he's not the one who sent them? Momon says. Yan tells that probably the instructor commander sent them, but Yan probably wasn't the one that the instructor commander wanted to kill. In the meantime, the instructor commander arrives, and he is silently standing behind Yan. Yan noticed it and asked him that if he sent them to him so that he can kill them, natch. Why would I? No teacher would ask their own subordinates. Zach had seen talking back lately. So, I thought he needed to be taught a lesson. The instructor commander says this. He also tells Yan no need to report, he can go back now, as the real mission will start tomorrow, so he should rest up. As with his current level, his hands would be full with whatever's upcoming. Then the next day, we can see the Continental train heading towards northern Beowolf territory. Inside the Tarin, everything is normal. The ticket checker is watching that, if all the passenger has their ticket. Yan is also in that train. The ticket checker comes to him and asked for the ticket. Yan takes the ticket from his pocket and shows it to him. The man sees this and says that everything is okay and tells him to enjoy the journey. As the train is moving, Yan wonders that as now the tests are over, so they are sending him on a leisure train trip. Yan is moving to the north for a mission. The trainees that survived the tests have become official Special Forces members and were deployed for their first missions immediately. They were deployed into 4 battlefields. With the Empire as the center, they were sent north, south, east, and west. That's basically the whole continent. They asked people to choose which area they wanted to go to, and they were assigned their missions there. The east, which shares a border with the land of undead and wraiths. Kasha and 80+ of her followers went there. The west, where strange phenomena and monsters appear. Roman and 50+ people under him were deployed there. The stormy south, where pirates and tornadoes appear. Plus members that belong to the higher ranks were deployed there. The harsh north, where the lands are frozen and the borders are shared with the barbarians' territory. The training center's #1 trainee, Yan, and 3 other members were deployed there. Only a very small number of people volunteered for the north. It's because the cold there is said to be able to freeze even dragons. Yan wanted to come here alone, but as 3 other trainees volunteered, so he has to come as a group of 4. The 3 other trainees are rank 6 Knight Cruel and Lorina, and 1 rank 8 Knight Shirley. Cruel asked Lorina that if she followed him here so that she can take revenge. Lorina stays silent and just ignored him. Shirley tells Cruel to shut up and says that probably Miss Lorina also thinks so. Cruel looks at her and asked who is she, that she is acting like her maid. Shirley says that she has been working with Lorina ever since Blade Mountain Ranges. After Lorina saved her that day, she decided that she will go where she goes. No one has ever stepped in like that for her before. Shirley then tells Cruel that he should keep his smelly mouth shut. Cruel gets angry and asked if she had a dead wish. The 2 of them starts quarreling. Yan feels annoyed and says that his trip will not be a quiet one. The reason that Cruel decided to go to the north is because of Yan. Cruel wants to kill Yan in this trip. He hated the sight of Yan from the very first of their meeting. Yan always humiliated him, and as he can't kill Yan inside the training ground, so Cruel decides that he will surely kill him in this trip. As Cruel holds his dagger, Yan noticed it. He gives dreadful look at Cruel and asked, how many hits does he want? Cruel gets scared and he says 1. Yan then punched Cruel. Lorina is sitting quietly in her own thoughts. She didn't thought that she would go back to his hometown so soon. The head of the Lorina's family scolds her and warns her that if she takes her bother name one more time, they will exile her from the family. Hearing this, Lorina didn't look back and left her family territory. But even after she left the family, she didn't find any news about her brother. So she don't want to go back like this. Yan sees Lorina's gloomy face and gets that she is not happy going to her hometown. But Yan looks at her and smiles, thinking that she will soon hear some shocking news that will even make her surprise. After that, Yan looks back as see that the Imperial advisor is in this train. The assistant of the advisor is convincing him to go back, or else the Crown Prince will be very disappointed. The advisor tells him that the teaching of the Crown Prince is complete and he has nothing more to teach him. The reason that Jan chose to come to North is because of the imperial advisor Hugo. Hugo is the teacher of the Emperor and the Crown Prince, the person known as the brains of the Empire. Although he was a commoner who knew no magic or martial arts, he became a respected great person of the Empire with just academics and philosophy. Even the Emperor recognized that and bestowed the title of a count to him who was a commoner. Even in Jan's past life, Hugo was magnificent even in his last moments, befitting of his title. Hugo once goes to the Emperor and says, "Don't you know that the territory would be a living hell if the local lord doesn't understand the pain of the commoners? Please open your eyes." The reason the rebels can even call themselves a revolutionary army is because you've abandoned your people. Do you really not see that? Where did the wise and intelligent ruler you once were go? You mustn't become a ruler who is drunk on useless power by ignoring your people, who are the true strength of a ruler. Your Majesty, the imperial advisor kept advising the Emperor while bleeding and crying for 3 days and nights. The Emperor rewarded his loyalty by giving him death. But that'll only happen way later in the future. Not now. After a while, a train employee approaches Hugo and asked him that they have prepared a VIP room for him, and if he wants, he can come with them to that room. Hugo agrees to go. The employees are guiding Hugo to that room. As they are going, the employees show some kind of hand signs to their subordinates. Jan reads their hand sign. The hand sign says that the train will enter a tunnel, and when it enter, there they will assassinate Hugo, the imperial advisor. Jan sees this and says that he is waiting for this. Hugo is loyal not to the Emperor, but to the Empire. Someone who'd gladly give up his life if it's for the sake of the Empire and its people. The Revolutionary Army deemed him as a nuisance and decided to kidnap him. The hand signs that the train employees are using is the unique sign language that only the Revolutionary Army uses. As the employees are taking Hugo at that time, an announcement is made by the Trian captain, which instructs the passengers to remain seated in their seats patiently, as due to some technical error, the train will stop for a bit in the tunnel. Hearing this, Jan gets that the Revolutionary Army. They're intending to start their ambush in the tunnel soon. Jan was waiting for this moment. He plans to rescue Hugo the Imperial Advisor and will build a connection with him. Jan tells his teammates to pay attention to him, as after this, he will be communicating via frequency transmission. Jan tells them that the Taran has been hijacked by the enemy, and in 1 hour the train will enter the tunnel. As the train enters the tunnel, the enemies are planning to attack the VIP's chamber. Jan tells them that the enemies have disguised themselves as the train crew members, and there's also a change that they have disguised them as passengers. Jan starts to tell them about their role in this crisis, as he is about to tell them Cruel stops and says that they haven't received their mission yet, so why they will follow his commands. Jan beats up Cruel and asked if anyone have any more questions. Lorina says that it's hard for them to digest what Jan just said. She asked Jan that how did he know about this information. Jan replies that the instructor commander has told him this in private, and this is also the reason he has chose the North. Lorina understands it and asked Jan if he has any other information, like who is their enemies and how many are there. Jan replies that he didn't know how many there are, but he knows who are they. As Jan disclosed, the enemy's name Lorina gets angry. Jan says that the enemies are the Revolutionary Army. Later, as the train is moving at full speed, the members of the Revolutionary Army uses sleeping incense to make the passengers fall asleep. One of the crew members tells them to carry their weapons and always be on guard, as there are Special Forces members residing on this train. As they are talking about, this Lorina gets there and ambushes them. She gets there and instantly slashed a member. The slashed part of the member gets frozen instantly. The other members looks at Lorina's sword and see that the sword is covered in cold aura. Seeing this, they gets that Lorina is from the Beowolf family. The revolutionary members seems happy to see Lorina, as they didn't expect that among the special forces there would be a baby lion of the Beowolf family. The members gets happy, as if they capture her. They will get an instant promotion, and they will also receive a huge reward. Do you know what the revolutionary army has done to the Beowolf household? The reason my brother has disappeared was because he left our hometown to join the special forces and find all of you, but you've shown yourselves in front of me now. I can't help but be grateful to you for that. Lorina says this while giving immense killing intent. Coo. Ridiculous. Do you know what your family has done while you guys were living in laps of extravagance? My family survived by eating off rotten trash. Who do you think caused that? The member of the Revolutionary Army says this to Lorina while pointing the crimson-colored sword at her. The Beowolf household walks the path of an absolute ruler to protect the North and the Empire. If you make our family your enemy, that means you're the evil, which threatens the North and the Empire. Lorina says this and unleashed her attack. Her attack kills all the members and shatters the windows of the trains. The sound of the attack reached the other carriages, and the other members moves quickly towards that noise. But their path is blocked by Cruel. He uses a saw-like blade and cuts the members into pieces. He makes a mess and laughs, saying that he likes this blade that he has taken out of the Imperial Vault. After finishing the members of the Revolutionary Army, Cruel shouts that the next person that he will cut with this blade is Jan. Jan in the roof of the train. He is moving to the VIP carriage. He is using momon to detect the mana of the enemies and locate the carriage of the Imperial Advisor. Jan makes that plan in such a way that Lorina will stop all the enemies in the front carriages and Cruel will stop all the enemies at the back carriages. And in meanwhile, he will sneak in from the top and rescue the Imperial Advisor. Momon asked Jan if the Imperial Advisor is really important in his plan. Jan replies, yes, and says that he will become even more involved with the Revolutionary Army from here on out. The Imperial Advisor would be the best person to have. If he become the one who saves him, his plans would progress way smoother. As Jan is moving quickly to rescue the Imperial Advisor, we can see that the Imperial Advisor has been held captive by the enemies. A higher-up of the Revolutionary Army named Hela is in front of the Imperial Advisor, and she asked Hugo, and if he really is the teacher of the Emperor. Hela is the third apprentice of Erectus, the Revolutionary Army's 7th commander, also known as the Berserk Swordsman Erectus. Hela asked Hugo that as he is the Emperor's teacher, he should be very knowledgeable, so if he knows how to speak ancient languages or dragon tongue. Hugo replies that he can speak them to a certain extent. Hela laughs and tells Hugo to speak in dog's tongue. Hugo stays silent for a while, and after that he starts to bark like a dog. In the meantime, Jan gets above the compartment in which Hugo is held captive. Jan sensed the hour and gets that 2 people are in the room. While he is standing on the roof, he hears Hugo barking. Hearing this, Momon doubts that Hugo will be of any use to Jan's future plan. Jan tells Momon that Hugo has been like this, and this is the most dangerous thing about him. He can do anything, and even throw his pride if it brings welfare of the Empire. The scene changes, and we can see Hela suddenly grabs her sword and strengthens her muscles. She then swings her sword towards the roof, saying that it's time to catch the rat. Hela's swing blows the roof. She smiles, thinking that the rat is death. As she is smiling, Jan sneaks from behind and ambushed her with his dagger. Hela noticed it and quickly blocks it with her sword. Jan asked Hugo that if he is no, and tells him not to worry as he is here to rescue him. Seeing this, Hela gets furious, and he grabs her sword tightly and asks Jan that if he knows how to speak animal language. Momon tells Jan that Hela is at the level of a rank 5 knight, but however her sword is wrapped with a very dense amount of aura, white sword aura. The color which the Berserk sword, Erectus, is famous for. He's also been known for putting in a lot of effort to train the next generation. She must be one of his apprentices. Yan figured it out by seeing Hela's sword aura. Yan then releases his killing intent and tells that he will finish her quickly. At that time, Yan is about to make his move. A voice comes from his behind which tells him not to move and throw away his sword, or else the advisor will be death. The person uses the stealth technique to hide him and appears as soon as Yan releases his murderous aura. The man is the fourth apprentice of Erectus, and his name is Varus. Yan then scolds Momon for giving him the wrong information about the persons in the room. Yan sees no choice, so he throws his sword away and puts his hands up in the air. Hela starts to come closer to Yan as she gets mad and uses all her muscles' power to swing her sword towards Yan to break his head open. The scene changes, and we can see Lorina is fighting with the lower members of the Revolution Army. She uses Beowolf's secret arts and kills all the Revolution Army members. Her attack holds so much yin energy that the whole compartment freezes. The attack is too powerful for her body, and after using it, she starts to vomit blood. As she is trying to stabilize her body at that time, another enemy comes and say that she has caused such a mess. This man has quite some aura. Lorina gets shocked to see this unknown man. The aura of the man is cutting down all the cold aura in the room. As the man is coming from the rear cabin, Lorina wonders what has happened to Cruel. The man slowly approaches and asks Lorina that if she belongs to the Beowolf family. Hearing this, Lorina gets mad and immediately attacks him. At the rear cabin, we can see Cruel is in a very bad condition. He is completely beaten up, and his wild body is covered in blood. Cruel says that he has never met someone this strong, and there is a change that this man is stronger than the instructor commander. As Lorina attacks the man, catches her sword with just 3 fingers. Lorina is struggling to take her sword. The man then apologizes to Lorina for offending her with his words. Afterwards, the man gives a dreadful look at Lorina and attacks her. The scene changes, and we can see the ranked 8 trainee Cheryl. She has been instructed by Yan to hide and observe the situation. She is doing as Yan told her to do, but she is worried about the situation of Lorina. The unknown man knocks out Lorina in a single attack, and Lorina gets a cut in her head, and lots of blood is coming out of the fresh wound. The train is moving at its own speed. After knocking Lorina, the man starts to move forward, but at that time Lorina again gets up with her bloody face and holding her broken sword. She tells the man to stop. The man stops and says that she would have gotten out of here alive if she had stayed down. The man then asked Lorina that as she knows the difference between their strengths, what's she planning to do now in her current state. Lorina gets emotional and says that she is the waste of her family. She can't even use the secret arts of their family, and her swordsmanship is also undefined. But at the very least, she wants to die like the proud warrior of the Beowolf family. Saying this, she covers her sword with the cold aura and extended its length by forming ice. She looks determined and tells the unknown man that even so she can't win this fight, but she will surely put her life on the line to fight him. The man looks at her deeply and says that he is sorry for disrespecting her. As warrior who puts her life on the line, he will fight with his full strength. The man strengthens his fist and introduces him. His nickname is Black Tiger, and his real name is Amur. After introduction, he uses his Black Tiger Amur, mountain-splitting tiger move. The scene changes, and we can see the fourth apprentice of Erectus is in despair by seeing the strength of Yan. Varus is shocked and can't get it, how Yan has subdued them so easily when they had the upper hand in both number and weapons. Hela is knocked out in a corner. Her longsword has pierced her chest, and blood is all over her body. Yan uses his black wolf blade form and defeated these 2 apprentices of Erectus. He then releases Hugo form, tells him to move to the next cabin. Varus asked Yan that how did he dodges all of their attacks. Yan smiles and thinks that how come he not dodge all of their attacks, and he is very familiar with their attack patterns, as in the previous life he has fought directly with Erectus, who is far more stronger than these two apprentices of his. Yan then takes his pendant and shows Varys the insignia and says that if he wants to live, he has to answer all of his questions honestly. Yan asked Varys to look closely at this insignia and tell him anything he knows about this. Varys gets shocked seeing the insignia and says that this is the insignia of the start. Yan gives a serious look and tells Varys to tell him everything he knows. As Varys is about to say anything, the restriction magic actives and he instantly blows away. Yan gets into thinking that the information of this insignia is top secret, as even the apprentice of the Berserk sword, Erectus, has the restriction magic. Yan's job is done here as he has rescued the advisor successfully, and he has gotten a new info about the insignia. As Yan is thinking this, a huge explosion occurs in the train's front part. Yan wonders that now what has caused this explosion. Hela then starts to talk and says that the engine room of the train has blown away and this train will not stop now, and eventually it will directly crash with the Avalon station. Saying this, Hela lost her life. Yan starts to think that this incident has never happened in his past life. At that time, Momon tells Yan to leave the advisor aside as they have to save their life, fast as if the train collides with the station. There will be a massive explosion due to all the mana stone circuits embedded on the train. Yan tells Momon to stop panicking and says that even though it is an unexpected situation, but the monster will be able to handle it easily. As Yan says this, we can see that a person radiating an enormous amount of aura is standing in front of the train. This person is the 7th Knight from the Royal Knights group. His name is Kyle. The train's engine is burning and it's out of control. The Emperor orders Royal Knight Kyle to rescue the Imperial Advisor. As per orders, Kyle comes to rescue, but he can't do anything to this running train. He stands in front of the train. The title Royal Knights is only given to the strongest knights that protect the Emperor and the capital. Only superhumans that are ranked 3 and above can join them. Each knight individually prowess, which is known to be equivalent to a natural disaster itself. The 7th rank Royal Knight Kyle takes out his sword and points to the train. He starts to focus his aura, and as the train moves closer, he opens his eyes and performs the final form of the Imperial Sword technique, as orange-red light gets out of his sword and pierces the train. As the front part of the train comes in contact to the light, it turns into ashes. Yan inside the train sees the beam coming towards him. The scene changes and we can see Kyle, and the train is out of the track and half of it is already destroyed. Seeing this disastrous sight, Kyle blames the Revolution Army and says that they are just cruel bastards. Hugo has been rescued and he is sitting in front of Kyle and says that what on earth is he saying as this disastrous sight is done by him. Hearing this, Kyle starts to mumble and he quickly changes the topic and asked Hugo, is he feeling completely fine? Hugo answered that it's a miracle that he is even alive as he was going to get vaporized along with the train. Kyle smiles and says that it's a misunderstanding. Kyle says that he knew Lorina was with him, so he knows that Lorina would put her life on the line to protect him. Kyle also tells that Lorina shifted the train from the track, and as a result only the front's cabinets are damaged and the rest of the passengers are absolutely fine. Lorina tells Sir Kyle that she is not the one who shifted the train's trajectory. Cruel steps forward and tries to play the main character part. He says that as member of the Special Forces to figure out what to do in this situation is very easy for him. Kyle praises Cruel and says that he didn't expect that all the amazing talents would be traveling together. Lorina then tells Kyle that Amur the Black Tiger was also on the train. Hearing Amur's name, Kyle's face turns grim. The special rank assassin, Amur the Black Tiger. His unique sword has an energy that feels like a tiger, and that's how he got his nickname. Did the Revolutionary Army hire him? It has been 10 years since he reached rank 3. By now, he should be... Kyle is thinking this after hearing Amur's name. Lorina tells Kyle that Amur fought with her, but the difference between their strength is unimaginable. And after the train flipped, Amur left, saying that they will meet again. Kyle tells Lorina that it's incredible that she had fought with Amur and is still unharmed. After that, we can see Yan is standing at a corner and is wrapping his hand with bandages. Yan gets tensed as the events that never occurred in his previous life is happening one after another. The Black Tiger's ambush, Kyle's attack, and the explosion of the train never happened before. So Yan wonders that why these incidents are happening now. Originally, no one volunteered for the north. The situation changed because Yan chose to go north. Yan asked himself if his decision caused the Black Tiger to appear in the north. Yan understands that his actions are causing a chained reaction like domino effect. Yan is worried, as he can't prediction that what will happen in the future. As Yan is thinking, this Hugo approaches him and says that he wishes to talk to him. Hugo and Yan starts to walk. Hugo feels guilty that because of him, all this incident has occurred, and even Yan has injured his hand to change the trajectory of the train. Hugo tells Yan that he owns him, and he gives Yan his token. This token proves that the person holding it is Hugo's representative. Yan takes the token, and Hugo takes his leave, saying that if fate approves, they will meet again. Yan gets happy, as he has gotten what he wants. He also gets ready to go to their next destination, the land of brutal cold. The scene shifts, and we can see a very narrow alley. Yan has come to a blacksmith to repair his worn-off sword. After examining the sword, the blacksmith asked for 500 gil for repairing. Yan says that 500 gil is very expensive. The blacksmith tells Yan that this sword is made of black steel, and the condition of it is very bad, so that much is not expensive at all. Yan can't afford it, so he takes the takes and keeps it in his robe. The black steel sword that the instructor commander gave me. He probably intended for me to use this as a normal sword, but not even the black steel can handle executing Black Wolf multiple times consecutively. Yan thinks. As Yan is about to leave, the blacksmith acts friendly and asked Yan to come back again, and he will do his best to assist him. Yan quickly leaves from there. The place that Yan is at currently is a place called Villian, which is a city near Beowolf. With the bad weather and the inaccessibility of train, Yan and his team decided to use the gate in Villian to Beowolf. But they can't get to Beowolf through the gate as the gate needs to. He charged, and it will takes 1 day to charge it. Villian is a metropolitan city, so they decides to stay and replenish their mana and to restock their goods. Yan is walking on the street, and Momon is sitting on his head. She asked Yan that if he has detected the golden dragon energy from the royal knight Kyle. Yan asked Momon that it's she taking about. "You're so naive. Do you not know the power that you have? A mana heart can have 6 types of powers: black, red, blue, green, metal, and earth. The golden dragon is the strongest among the metal elements." Momon says this to Yan. "That power is strong even if it's not a part of a mana heart, right? It's just an element, right?" Yan asked. Hearing this, Momon gets mad and says, you and your unintelligent orc-like brain. If it were that easy, anyone could have become the founding emperor. The only thing that can manifest the energy of a dragon is the divine dragon's breathing and the mana heart. How dare you look down on the mana heart? What the hell is in this thick skull of yours? After hearing Momon, Yan starts to think that the only ones whom Momon detected the energy of a dragon from were the instructor commander and the crown prince. I can understand why they had it, since they have the blood of Bahamut in them. How are the royal knights related, though? I better find that out. While Yan is thinking this, someone calls him from behind. As he turns, he can see that Lorina and Shirley is shopping. After that, they starts to talk and ask each other that what are they doing. Yan tells that he went to repair his sword and is preparing things for his next mission. Lorina and Shirley also tells him that they are also preparing for the mission, but Yan says that the amount of bags in their hands speaks that they are leisurely shopping around. To save her face, Lorina tells Yan that this are all daily necessities. As Lorina and Jan are talking, Shirley plans something funny, and she smiles and asked Jan that if he would go to shopping with them. At first, Jan didn't want to go, but after seeing the scary face of Shirley, Jan agrees to go shopping with them. Cruel sees this from a corner and goes away. After that, the three of them goes to a cloth store and Jan buys innerwears, boots, and gloves to prevent the cold in Beowolf. Shirley forced Lorina to changes her dress and tells Jan to tell which dress suits her. As per Shirley's orders, Lorina dressed up 3 times and shows it to Jan. After that, she gives up on dressing and dressed in her usually dress. After that, Shirley asked Jan to tell which dress should she wear. Jan tells that all the dress looks good on her, but the imperial dress is the best. As the knowledge of the swordsmanship and the strength she possessed, the imperial cloth is the best at expressing them. Hearing this, she quickly turns and starts to walk away, saying that she is going to the accommodation first. Seeing her leave like this, Shirley gives an angry look and tells Jan that what the hell did he just said? Jan is innocent, and he can't understand that he has done wrong. After that, Shirley also follows Lorina. As Lorina gets out, she blushes, thinking the words of Jan. Jan then gets out of the store and tells Lorina that they will meet at the front gate tomorrow at noon. Hearing this, Lorina blushes and says that not to say things like that as the other will misunderstand them. The scene changes, and we can see Shining Moon, a bar located in the commercial district near Villian's Transportation Bureau. It has affordable prices and tasty food, so both local residents and mercenaries love visiting the bar. Cruel is sitting there and drinking continuously. As he is drinking, he also gets mad at Jan and thinks of ways to defeat him. But he can't find a way to do so, as he didn't know the full extent of Jan's strength. While he is thinking this, he gets interrupted by the laughing and talking of the commoners that had also come to enjoy their drink. Cruel can't hold it anymore. He gets mad and yells at them, saying them to stop and not to make a single noise until he finishes his meal. He also tells them that he will show them the difference between the commoner and nobles. At that time, Jan gets there, and he sits beside him and tells Cruel to show him the difference. Seeing Jan, Cruel gets shocked, and in a shaky tone, he asked Yaha that when did he get here. Cruel then explains Jan that this commoners don't know basic etiquette and are causing a commotion, so he is just scolding them a bit. Jan tells Cruel that why did he does this, as he has also suffered from that before. Since Cruel also made it here because he was oppressed by the class difference. While taking a sip, Jan tells Cruel that he would be much stronger if he let go of the class thing. Hearing this, Cruel calms down and asks Jan that what is he taking about that he can get stronger. At that time, a big guy comes and puts his hand on Cruel's shoulders and says, "I overheard your conversation, and it seems like you want to become stronger. Want me to teach you the secret for that?" This big guy name is Billy, the captain of the Thunderhorn mercenaries. Cruel tells Billy to remove his hand from him. Billy ignores Cruel's words and says that training in weights for 8 hours a day would make a man strong. If you join our mercenary company now, we'll provide protein supplements too. Now Cruel gets furious, and he punched on Billy's chin. Getting hit, Billy fall on the floor. Cruel also gets up and says that he is nothing but an inflated balloon. After that, the members of Billy's groups comes in front of Cruel and gives a deadly look. Cruel gets ready to fight and tells them to come all at once. But the scene turns completely opposite. The muscle man compliments Cruel and says that he has innate talent for muscles. Seeing the fight, the others in the bar also starts to talk about Cruel looks and praises him a lot. But surprisingly, Cruel feels to enjoy this moment. They all become friends with each other and all drank together and share their stories. Later at time, Cruel is completely drank and he can't walk on his own. So Jan is carrying him. Cruel is not in his senses and babbles around. He makes Billy his brother and asks Jan where Billy is. As they are walking, Cruel says they're just fools. Everyone was praising me just because I hung out with them. It's so strange that they warmly welcomed a stranger like me whom they've only met today. Yan. Don't you think it's really strange? Even people who met me for the first time today can treat me so well. Why have I never heard a single praise from my blood-related family? Something like, "You did well," or "I trust you." Cruel says this, and his tears rolled on the ground. Momon gets out and asked Yan that what did he put in his drink. Yan asked what did she mean. Momon replies that earlier at the bar, he saw Yan mixing something in Cruel's drink. "I put in a crystal powder used for purifying demonic energy." Considering how Cruel became less aggressive today, the powder was really effective, Yan replies. Momon says that how did he get that as it cost so much money. She also asked Yan that if he is seeing Cruel as his friend or if he is just helping him, who says I'm helping him? I simply recalled a moment from the past. Whenever I see a human who commits evil as they lose their own will, it eats me away. Yan says this, and he tells Momon stop taking as they should quickly reach home before Cruel starts to puke. The scene shifts to Duke Beowolf's castle, where Beowolf's heavy-armored knights are standing. Yan teleports out with his companions, stating that they are finally here at the Beowolf castle. In the castle, Cheryl asks Lorina if this is Beowolf territory, while Cruel questions if her hometown has always been this cold. Yan knows that the mission they need to execute here would be to work with the Beowolf household and subjugate the barbarians. As they live in a harsh environment, they are always fighting the barbarians for land where people can live. It's inevitable they would always require more manpower to help. But Yan knows that the bigger problem here would be that the Knights of the North are very prideful, suspecting whether they would actually accept the help of outsiders. Lorina states that she has something to tell all of them. From this point, they will be seeing a lot of things that they would never be able to expect and asks them to prepare themselves. A person comes in, asking if all of them were sent by the Special Forces. The person greets them, introducing himself as the chief butler, Hans Meringer, of the Beowolf household, and he would like to politely ask them to please go back, calling them uninvited guests. Hans states that the North has never requested any reinforcements or agreed to receive guests, asking if they know about that. Jan knows that Count Hans Meringer is the former knight captain of the Beowolf household. After he retired, he decided to work as a butler in the Beowolf household. He is at least rank 3 or above with his skills. No matter which country he chooses to go to right now, he would be able to become a knight captain. Jan thinks this is utterly ridiculous. He can't believe someone like him is a butler. Lorina comes in, stating that it's been a while and they are with her on an official mission as part of the Special Forces. She thinks that he has spoken too harshly and asks him to be respectful to them. Hans calls her young miss, as if to get emotional, stating that it has been years since she left on her own accord, questioning if she has to be really that mean to him. He can't believe that she spoke so harshly to him, even though it's been years since they last met, and he can't believe she joined the Special Forces without saying anything. He questions if she is taking the side of the Special Forces instead of him right now, and does she know how worried he was for her? Baffled, Yan questions whether this is really something he wasn't expecting to see. Hans questions the scar on her cheek, asking how dare that old fox of a Special Forces captain let that happen. Lorina states this is why she didn't want to come back. Hans states that there she goes saying bad things again, stating that everyone has been waiting for her to come back, and that was how they managed to find the strength to live on. Lorina tells Hans that she went overboard with her words, noting that his hair has grown all white over the last few years, and asks if he is feeling unwell anywhere. Touched by this, Hans states that she was worried for him. Calling for them, Hans states that the weather is pretty cold, and they have to go inside, where the head chef said he will personally cook something up. The rest of the people who are with Miss Lorena can go with her as well. Hans adds that the patriarch will soon return from his hunt, and once he's back, she should have a meal with him. Lorina tells Hans that she doesn't want to hear any mention of him, and not to speak of others in front of her, as she is going to finish her mission before he returns, and she will leave again. Hans questions if her misunderstanding is still unresolved as she walks off. In the dinner hall, Cruel is angry that they have to wait until Lorina is here, as he can't believe that they have to wait with all this food in front of them, questioning if this is how Beowolf works. He questions why the hell Lorina isn't here yet. Cheryl asks Cruel to be quiet, saying they might really call him a human that's worse than a mutt, to which Cruel replies, if that's what she really wants to say. A maid comes in, asking him to mind his manners, making him cruel and pissed off, questioning if she knows that he is the son of Count Dwight, to which the maid states that she's a maid of the Beowolf household. As Cheryl asks Cruel to calm down since Jan isn't here yet either, Cruel asks where on earth he is. Cheryl explains that he said he had something to do, questioning what he said it was, thinking it was something like he was looking for something that could only be found here. Jan, walking down the alley, reaches the storage of abandoned weapons, recalling that in his previous life, the Emperor once rummaged through the whole continent to find a single sword. The primordial dragon slayer, who killed only one, had made 2 sacred swords that could tear through a dragon's corpse. Bahamut killed him and got his hands on one of the sacred swords. The Emperor spared no expense or means to look for the other sword, which even the founding Emperor couldn't find. He put up an immense reward, mobilized the special forces, and searched throughout the whole country, but couldn't find any trace of it. Just when he was about to give up, he managed to find the sword and said this was the sword that even the founding member couldn't find, that sword that couldn't be found no matter how hard people looked for it. He said that no one expected it to be lying in the corner of the north. Seeing the sword in front of him, Jan states that it's aelon, the brother sword of Nigling, which passed through him. Jan smiles, knowing that with this sword he won't lose even if it's to the Emperor, a completely neglected sword in a corner of the storage. Who would have known that that very sword would be one of the 2 swords left behind by the Dragon Slayer? The dragon sword aelon, Jan knows that if it's with this sword he's sure of it. He won't lose even to the Emperor. As he tries to touch the sword, he hears a voice coming from the sword, confusing Jan. A sudden bright light emits from the sword as it states that he is not qualified. Jan grits his teeth in pain as he realizes that aelon has rejected him, cursing that it dares to reject him. Thinking back to when he had touched aelon, he definitely heard a voice, and it said he was not qualified. From behind, Momon comes in, stating how fascinating it is. Jan asks if she knows what's happening, to which she answers that it doesn't seem like an ego sword that possesses its own ego. It seems to be a weapon that chooses its master. She states that there are times when a weapon possesses some divinity, and in such cases the sword has its own choice to choose its master. Momon teasingly states that to sum things up, Jan has been rejected by the sword because he is too low level for it. Jan, quite upset, questions what she said and asks her to step aside, stating that he's going to kill it today. He uses his skill of Black Wolf to hold the sword, but the light emits, stating that he is not qualified. Jan screams that someone like him is a pretty decent man and tells it not to give him this nonsense and to accept him. The scene shifts to Beowolf Castle as the heavily armored knights are made attentive. The commander announces to the knights that their operation today would be to subjugate the barbarians. It's something they have done many times, but especially for today's operation, no mistakes are allowed because Miss Lorina will be with them. Hans asks Lorina if it's really dangerous, suggesting she doesn't need to go. He advises that they should wait until Patrick gets back, for which Lorina states that she already warned that she doesn't want to hear any mentions of him. She questions if he thinks that she's an idiot, who can't even complete a mission that is given to her. She tells Hans that if that's the case, then she won't see him forever either. They just need to obtain 10 of the barbarian flags, and this will be easier than fighting an ancient. Hans asks her not to underestimate them. The barbarians believe that their tribe flags contain the souls of their ancestors, and they would rather lose their lives than lose their flags. Han states that since she isn't going to listen to anything he says, he asks Cheryl and Cruel that they must look after Miss Lorina, for which Cheryl affirms to leave it to her, while Cruel states that they are not guards of Beowolf. Cheryl thanks Hans for the clothes, stating without them they would have frozen to death. Lorina questions if Hans gave them to him, noting how considerate he is. Hans states that he doesn't deserve her praise. Lorina wears the team uniform, stating that this is her first mission as a special force member after all, but Yan isn't here, for which Yan teleports in, stating his errand ran a little longer than he thought it would be. Cheryl complains that he didn't even show up at lunch and wonders why he's in that state. Cruel grumbles that he looked terrible and thought he would be grilling meat somewhere. Momon teases Yan that he calls himself a decent man and serves him right for acting so arrogantly. Yan crunches his teeth, telling her to shut up, while Momon asks about giving up on that sword, saying a man that's too persistent is not popular with people. Yan states that he has time anyway. He knows that Nagling's brother's sword, aelon, can't be wielded unless it acknowledges one, and he needs to find a way to get his hands on it. Lorina states that he might misunderstand, so let her tell him first. This is her first mission as a special force member. That's why she's wearing the team uniform. It's pretty durable and comfortable for combat situations. And while its resistance to cold is low, she just needs to wear a coat to resolve that, so he should not dare misunderstand the situation. Yan, quite confused, states that he doesn't know what she's talking about, and it does look very good, making Lorina blush. She shrugs it off, calling for the armored knights to prepare to depart and to open the castle gates. As they are departing, the commander states that all of them should keep their spirits high because Miss Lorina is with them today. Cruel tells Yan that they are country bumpkins making such a big fuss over some barbarians, while Yan knows that the central nobles don't know how fearsome the barbarians are because Beowolf has done a good job defending against them this whole time. But this is a time period where the tribes are united under strong chieftains, and they become an enormous kingdom that threatens even the Aelon Empire. And this is where he appears. The king of barbarians and the man who is also known as the strongest living being on the earth, Vilai. A country that was born from the warrior alliance kingdom and the alliance of barbarians became an enormous kingdom that threatened even the Aelon Empire. The king of the warrior alliance kingdom was one of the top 5 enemies that threatened the empire, the strongest living being on earth. Vilai, a strong warrior who was born with an exceptional physique and unusual techniques. What was even more special about him was his ability to figure out the techniques of any of his enemies. In the eyes of the empire, he was the personification of fear itself. In the past, Yan resorted to all means in order to kill him, but none of them succeeded. There aren't a lot of records as to where he is or what he does in this time period. Yan doesn't know where Vilai is right now, but he hopes he doesn't get unlucky and run into him as they depart. The scene shifts toward the northwest forest. Toward the heavy armor knights team, Cruel comments on how much longer they are going to walk. He states it is ridiculous for them to just walk on the endless snow path and asks why the knights need to walk, to which Yan asks him to stop whining, explaining it's hard to use horses during such weather. While the white scenery around them is impressive, it's hard to maintain their sense of direction. Lorina asks what outsiders think of this place. Bleak, and 200 days out of the 365 days are winter. After all, the only thing they can see is Beowulf's snow, and it's too barren and harsh for humans to live here. But there are still people living in these places here, and they are much braver and stronger than anyone else. She respects those people and asks, don't they think that this place continues to grow in beauty as they spend more time looking at it? Yan mentions that it's the pride of a local lord, and Cheryl affirms that this place and Miss Lorina are both beautiful. The knights cheer on, stating that Lorina is the light and the reason for their existence, as they scream that they are with Miss Lorina. The scenery of Beowolf looks beautiful, and they offer their lives for Beowolf and Miss Lorina. The commander asks everyone to stop and asks Miss Lorina if they saw that. Lorina notices a crimson beacon, while the commander states that there's the scout signaling they have discovered barbarians, and if they head there, they will find the barbarians. Cruel smiles, stating that they can finally have some fun, for which the commander states that he is so full of confidence. But he better prepare his heart, as he will be witnessing a sight soon. Cruel asks what he means by that, and if he knows what they have fought so far, goblins, cockatrices, and an ancient lich, to state that barbarians are a joke compared to them. The commander declares to get going as they move on to the area. While the Special Forces members have fought numerous monsters and undergone new training with their lives on the line. They were confident that they could withstand any sights or monsters, but what they saw was a whole new form of cruelty. At a small tribe that could hardly be called a base, a one-sided slaughter took place as the barbarians were pleading to leave the children alone, but they were killed mercilessly. Cheryl questions what all this is, and isn't a knight supposed to follow the code of knighthood and be honorable, protect the weak, and only wield their swords for their lord? But they all look like demons. In fact, it feels like they are the barbarians instead. Cruel shoves his hand to cover Cheryl's eyes, asking her not to look, stating that's not something she should see. Yan is quite surprised that Cruel is still in control, even after seeing blood, thinking that he should be able to control the demonic energy a little bit now. He knows that everyone must be surprised. This is what wars between ethnic groups have always been like. This kind of war isn't the type that happens between armies that have territory to lead. This is the kind that only stops when one side is completely killed, regardless of whether they are grown-ups or children. As a lady of the Beowolf, Lorina must have known about this already, but hearing about it and seeing it in person is completely different. This is the burden that Lorina must carry, while Yan questions whether she would be able to handle it. Suddenly, a certain scream is heard as a little newborn baby cries out for her dead mother. Cheryl tells Cruel that they need to do something and they need to help them, for which Cruel asks if they get involved unnecessarily, they would be in trouble. A knight comes in, stating that it is a lucky child since it doesn't need to live as a barbarian, raising his weapon to kill it. Cheryl screams at him not to do this, but the spear is stopped by Lorina, asking him to stop, stating that this is enough. They have killed everyone who was able to hold a weapon, and they just need to take their tribe's flag. They have to stop here. They won't kill a child like this, and that's what she has decided. Yan comes to think that that's her decision, and all the knights that heard what she said whispered, questioning if she said not to kill a barbarian and if she's joking. With Lorina's remark, the soldiers started to exude fearsome bloodlust. Do you know what made Lorina move? In that situation, speaking briefly, in the past, Lorina's had a hardened resolve. Since she grew up wielding a sword in Beowolf, she knew what the war with the barbarians was like. She was also resolved to take that up. But the barbarian woman seemed too shabbily dressed for the North's cold, while the baby was covered in high-grade fur. The sight of that mother made Lorina move, blocking the knight's sword. "Miss Lorina? Why?" the knight asks. Lorina demands to let the child leave and she will take the responsibility. The soldier refuses Lorina's judgment by saying that if even one barbarian survives, they could bring about great damage to our territory and our people. Reminding Lorina that even she doesn't have that much authority. Lorina says that the knight's thinking is way too extreme since this little baby hasn't committed any crime yet. "You are knights. How dare you talk back to your master?" Cheryl questions, defending Lorina. The knight tells them to stay out of this, since they are merely guests. He asks them whether they are intending to get in the way of the Beowolf knights in the Beowolf territory. Cheryl questions the knight whether they are not embarrassed to say that killing a baby is their mission. Cruel says that if he lets a baby die, he feels like he would be having nightmares and it'd also leave a bad mark on his reputation. Knight Voss, upon revealing his face, tells Miss Lorina to stop joking around by saying that she would protect the barbarians. Do you what that means, Miss Lorina? Voss questions. Jan is perceiving the situation from the sidelines, and it's just as he expected. Conflicts are happening everywhere. The knights that protect the Beowolf territory will never be persuaded because they're not doing things out of emotions or profits. They've lost too much blood for them to not hate the barbarians. No one could easily ask them to forgive the barbarians. Suddenly, Jan senses a familiar yet mysterious energy, and just like that, the chieftain arrives out of the blue. Every knight shouts, telling others and themselves to get ready for the real combat. Upon landing, the chieftain scattered the ground, breaking it into large and small pieces. This landing radiated such immense energy which for a moment startled Lorina. Some knights were cleared off with just the radiation of such energy. The knights weren't expecting the chieftain to attack with such an abrupt manner. The chieftain named Kabur lifts up a knight and asks whether they kill his family and tribe people. Kabur says that it's time for them to feel the same pain, which they inflicted previously, and slowly but painfully, he starts to smash the knight's skull with his bare hands. Immediately, from the back, Lorina initiates her first attack, but to her surprise, her sword was blocked, and the tip of the sword broke as it reached Kabur. Kabur's mere head was enough to block the sword. After that, both of the fighters change blows, and the chieftain overpowers Lorina. The attacks were fast, and Lorina is dodging them. Meanwhile, 3 knights charge in and attack the chieftain with spears. The knights tell Lorina to run, and Voss says sorry to Lorina for his rude behavior earlier. He has that it seems that this is the end of the journey for them. He says that he is extremely sorry, as he raised his voice against Lorina. Lastly, before his head gets severed by the enemy, he wishes Lorina a healthy life. Lorina is stunned after seeing this. Chieftain, without further lingering, goes to attack Lorina. At that moment, Yan uses the power of Black Wolf, which scratches the enemy. Chieftain gets astonished as he couldn't fathom what has happened. Coldly enough, Yan speaks up that this scratch is nothing for making a big fuss, as very soon he will split Kabur's body into 2 mystic tattoos. The barbarian chieftains have marks on their bodies known as mystic tattoos. The mystic tattoos which the barbarians have created for them to use mana is a tattoo that replaces an energy core. The tattoos on their bodies use mana from their skin and muscles directly. It also greatly strengthens their bodies. Adding onto their trained skills, their attacks are unimaginably destructive. Yan says that the chieftain's body is tougher than he had imagined. While Yan was attacking, both Cruel and Lorina shouted that they would join too, but, to their surprise, upon attacking their swords, entangled. Cruel reminds Lorina that he told her previously to stay out of this. Their nemesis taunts them by saying that they are pathetic, as they are so unskilled. Kabur pushes them back with mere strength. Our swords didn't even leave a mark. Is he really human? Cruel asks. Lorina says that the knights are all in a state of confusion due to Kabur's sudden appearance. So, they must be the ones to deal with him. In the meantime, Cheryl comes running, telling everyone that she has relocated the baby somewhere safer. Cruel blames Lorina by saying that if it weren't for her interference, he would have sliced the enemy down in one move. He insists Lorina to take the role of supporter so that he can be the one attacking. They started to fight like kids. Cruel reminds Lorina that she has badly lost against him during their last training. Lorina says that she wants him to try it in real life so that he can look how it goes. After listening to this, Jan shouts as he tells both of them to calm down, because acting like this isn't helping when the enemy is right in front of them. Not helping? Jan, it sounds to me like you're saying you can defeat him by yourself, Lorina asks. Yan replies that he has never said anything like that. But she is not wrong when she said that, though. "What's that?" Lorina asks. Yan replies that this isn't the time to be quarreling among ourselves. The chieftain might attack any time. With that saying, the chieftain has already made the move. Yan tells everyone to get away from the attack range. Kabur says that he would kill all of them and make them dead meat. Cruel and Lorina are currently attacking the enemy. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Yan perceives that they won't be able to defeat him like this. Both Lorina and Cruel are pretty strong. But since they are trying to attack in their own way, they've created dissonance. By seeing her friend's struggles, Cheryl decides to help them, but Yan tries to stop her by saying that it's useless, even if she joins now. Yet, Cheryl goes to give backup nevertheless. Then Yan starts thinking that Cheryl going there will do more good than bad. Upon reaching there, Cheryl tells Lorina that she would assist her, so she can attack the enemy to her heart's content. With that, the flow of the battle has changed with Cheryl's participation. Kabur noticed the change and is flustered right now. Cheryl's attacks aren't special. They're just simple dagger and hidden weapon techniques. But those little attacks were able to slip into the music sheet that consisted of notes, trying to do their own thing and is connecting the dissonance. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's actually incredible to think she had such talent. It made Yan think about why he had never heard of her in his past life. Why was that the case, he wonders. Cheryl suggests that they should attack with full power. They all start to attack, and the attacks are actually working this time. Kabur's defenses are getting weak, and seeing this opportunity, Yan made his move. He uses Dark Soul 15th form, Dark Soul Demolition Uppercut, along with Dark Soul 15th reverse form, Dark Soul Fate Defier, which was a fatal blow. The enemy kneels down for a moment, and the fight is about to reach its climax, or so it seems. Kabur had another card to play from the very beginning. He says that it won't let this end just like this, and escapes as if he is teleported. Wait. What was that? Did he just run away? Lorina asks. Cruel says that he is speechless, and as expected, the barbarians are shameless. Lorina says that it's a pity they lost him, but she is glad that they are all safe. She decides to go back and report back to the Knight Captain. At that moment, they all notice that Yan is missing, and they all assume that he has gone after the enemy alone. In the next scene, Kabur is walking while taking the support of the trees as he is heavily wounded. He says that a mere wound like this can't be compared to the pain of losing his tribesmen. He makes up his mind that he will survive and avenge his tribesmen as he was walking. Yan speaks up complimenting Kabur that it was really cool-headed for him to run away. His decision to run away was the correct judgment, because if he did that a little later, it wouldn't have been easy to run away. Lastly, Yan concludes that winning is all about surviving. Kabur asks Yan, since when did he catch up? Yan reassures the chieftain by saying that he has no intention of killing him, and Yan will let him go if he tells Yan a few things. Vilai, do you know anything about him? Like, where is he right now? Yan asks coldly. After hearing this, Kabur's countenance changes. He coldly tells Yan to keep quiet and aggressively attacks Yan. The chieftain says that someone like Yan doesn't have the right to utter this name. Yan asks Kabur whether he is determined to die, while activating the power of Black Wolf. Kabur delivers many punches at Yan, but Yan dodges it. The enemy says that despite fighting him with 4 people, Yan couldn't even injure him. More importantly, he says that anyone who is going after Vilai must be killed. Upon fighting, the chieftain reminiscing about his past chat with the Commander Chieftain. Previously, Commander Chieftain told Kabur that he wanted to create a better world and wanted his assistance. Yan decides to use magic, so he uses the attack Surge Forth, Walls of Great Earth, which unleashes the power of Stone Wall, and Kabur is in trouble. Or so it seems, as in the next moment, he cuts the stone wall with his bare hands. Is your hidden card just playing mere dirt? Kabur shouts as he grabs Jan and is going to unleash a final attack. At that moment, the hidden card appeared. In fact, Momon introduces herself as the hidden card while using lightning which pierces half of Kabur's body. Yan, do you get it now? The fact that you absolutely need me? Momon asks. Moreover, she says that she has already taught Yan that his magic would become weak if he doesn't have imagination. What was with that weak magic? Are you seriously my apprentice? She questions while preparing for a second attack. She says that it's been a while since she has been in a fight, so it feels great. During his last moments, he says sorry to Commander Chieftain, as he was not able to keep to the vow that he made under the setting sun. So he wishes the commander to create a better world without him. Meanwhile, Momon asks Yan if he seriously had a hard time because of this lousy barbarian. Yan replies that this barbarian wasn't lousy. In fact, he was quite strong. Why? Why do all of you go so far to kill our tribe? All we've done was struggle while trying to survive in this harsh land. Are you guys trying to completely exterminate us? Kabur asks, while taking his very last few breaths. Yan states that Beowolf is also struggling to survive against a strong foe like him. Kabur replies that calling him strong when Yan is the one who won is one kind of a joke. Yan reassures Kabur by saying that he meant every single word. Yan says that the chieftain is strong and a proud warrior. Then, the chieftain asks for a favor. He says that he saw Yan's people taking away a child of his tribe. That's the last bloodline of his tribe. So he tells Yan to show it mercy. Yan praises Kabur by saying that he is still worried about his tribe even when he is on the verge of death. He tells the chieftain not to worry, because the person who took the child is kind. She won't let him live as a slave. After hearing this, the reassured chieftain takes out a necklace. He says that this is the symbol of a chieftain and it'll become a token of promise. The bone necklace, a symbol of a chieftain. To receive this means that Yan inherited the chieftain's will. While there's no need for him to keep his promise to a dying man, but he accepts it while thinking that he doesn't want to ignore this promise. Lastly, he smiles as he says these last words to create a better world. Yan says that he hopes that Kabur will be born in a good place in his next life. The news of the battle reaches the Beowolf castle. Great job, everyone. We've neutralized 2 of our enemy's bases in this battle. We also defeated one of their chieftains. This wasn't done by one person. It was done by all of us who have shed blood. Heavy-armored knight Captain William declares the celebration of defeating their enemies as he raises the mug. While everyone is celebrating, Lorina is looking quite gloomy. Miss Lorina, are you all right? Captain William asks. He says that he is glad that Lorina is safe and to think she killed the chieftain. Lorina replies that she didn't do that. Captain William questions Lorina whether she is sad because of those who died, and he assumes that Lorina is not used to such celebrations. He tells her not to be sad. He says that they were knights of the North, knights of the Beowolf household. Those who are oblivious would say that knights are noble and honorable, but anyone who wields a sword is human. Those who became knights to fight to their death have died a great death in the battlefield as a knight. Moreover, talking about Voss. William says that he is sure Voss was satisfied because he was able to protect Lorina from an enemy and died an honorable death after all. At that moment, William tries to lighten the mood by saying that he would like to die for Lorina too, but he can't die because he is too strong. In addition, he is envious of Voss. Lastly, William talks about the barbarian child. He says that since Lorina were the one who made the exception to bring it back, he will close an eye. After hearing this, Lorina gets relieved, but that didn't last long, because in an instant, William tells Lorina that she mustn't regard it as human. It's simply a beast. Do you understand? William asks coldly. The question makes Lorina furious. She tells William that he has gone overboard with his words. William defends himself by saying that the child is no different from a beast. In fact, it's dangerous. Internal unrest is always scarier than external enemies. If you don't do anything about it, this could become a danger that threatens the Beowolf household in the future. Why can't you see that? Miss Lorina, the captain asks. Lorina replies that she will take full responsibility. She says that the Beowolf household is strong. It's not so weak that it would fall because of one human. After hearing about responsibilities, certain scenes come to William S. mind, which makes him clench his teeth. He tells Miss Lorina not to think of responsibility as something she can easily speak of, because even if the territory doesn't fall, human lives are fragile. Will you also be able to take responsibility for the sadness of the bereaved family that's left behind? He asks harshly. Lastly, the captain says that he is giving advice and he hopes Miss Lorina will reconsider it. Lorina says that she knows Captain William is a merciful person. Then why is he acting so cruel just because of a barbarian child? Lorina demands to know the answer while pouting. At that moment, Hans appears because he was hearing some shouting. Lorina explains that it looks like William is mad because she bought that child of the barbarian tribe back. How dare he get mad at you? Does he think he's so great just because he's a captain? Hans questions angrily. Lorina tells Hans to calm down. Hans says that he hopes Miss Lorina will be generous and understand William because there is a reason why he is acting that way. About 30 years ago. It was a time when there was an all-out war with the barbarians even bigger than the current war. A certain young knight faced a barbarian child in a subjugated tribe that was on fire. That child didn't have any weapons and was withstanding the coldness with just his body. He took in the child despite those around him, dissuading him against it. Hans, too, was against that idea, but that child was let into a mansion within the territory. Eventually, the knight was frequently out of the house due to the subjugation missions, and so his fiancée was the one who looked after the child. The two of them gave their all to look after that child that year. They believed that their love could rehabilitate the child. But in the end, the child killed the knight's fiancée and ran away. The young knight found his dead fiancée at a much later time. The young knight cried in front of his wife because he was not there when his wife needed him the most. He blamed himself for this because he wasn't by her side. If he had been home, he could have prevented that. Lorina concludes that it's a horrible experience. Hans says that after that, the young knight became the knight captain and would later show no mercy to any barbarian, even if they are a child. Lorina has already guessed who Hans is talking about and gets clearance when Hans replies that the young knight was none other than William. That day he cried tears of absolute rage. Lorina feels a little guilty, as she said so many things to William without knowing about his past. Additionally, Hans states that William wasn't the only one. The other knights also had their family members or comrades die at the hands of the barbarians. After hearing all of this, Lorina blames herself for not being worthy of handling such things. Hans tells her not to blame herself too much. In the back, Jan was listening to every conversation. He thinks that the knight captain will never back down then, but he needs a way to keep his promise to Kabur. Shockingly enough, Hans adds that the story doesn't end here. He says that someone's trying to unite the barbarians right now. The person standing in the center of that is the commander chieftain of the barbarians, Vili. More importantly, he was the barbarian child William took in. Why is that name appearing here? Jan wonders. Jan tried so hard to find out about Vili, but he couldn't find anything, and to think Vili is related to the Beowolf territory. They probably did everything they could to cover this up, and that's why Jan couldn't find any information, and now it's all making sense. For Yan, this is an unexpected gain which will help him in tracking down Valai. Hans tells Lorina to take a breather and come back because he knows it will be hard on her. Lorina states that she will take care of everything. Hans refuses by saying that William will never forgive a barbarian and asks what other methods does Lorina have to deal with this situation. At that time, Jan appears and conveys that he has a way, and both of them are just overthinking a simple problem. A simple problem? How? Lorina repeats. Jan tells Lorina to stop worrying because it's actually a simple problem. Hans conveys that though Jan might be a friend of Miss Lorina, he is still an outsider, so he should please refrain from interfering with their territory's affairs. Jan smirks while saying that he will tell Hans a simple solution to this problem. What's that? Hans inquiries. Jan explains that they just need to persuade Count Beowolf and get his permission. He's the absolute ruler of the North, and if he allows it, then no one would dare oppose it. Nonsense! He will never allow it! And who would even dare to speak of this to the Count? Hans asks rudely. Lorina speaks up by saying that she will do it. She will talk to the patriarch, meaning she will persuade her father, and she will accept whatever her father decide. While walking, William thinks whether he was too harsh on Lorina, and maybe she hates him now. But then he realizes that he must stop the same incident happening again. As he is walking, he notices a flag and wonders why a flag is raised at this time. He says that it's the flag of the Frost Knights. Frost Knights are Beowolf First Knights. Apparently, he knows that the Frost Knights went out on a subjugation mission with the Patriarch. Have they returned? He asks. William, you don't look so good. Are you worried about something? Keon the Frost Knights captain asks upon arriving. William greets Captain Keon since he has finally returned and they haven't seen each other for a long time. But then, William gets a little shocked when he realizes that if the Frost Knights are back, clearly means that the Count Beowolf might have returned as well. So, he asks Kion whether the Duke has returned yet. Keon replies that the Duke sent the Knights back first, saying that he had something to get. William says that it's dangerous to be in the northern seas alone. He knows that the Duke is strong, but he is actually worried about the Duke. Keon tells William not to worry because the northern seas are just merely a playing ground for the Duke. Moreover, he says that the ones they should be worrying about are the monsters that have to face the Duke. It must have been hard. From what I heard, Miss Lorina brought back a barbarian, Keon asks. William replies that he is completely fine, though. Keon states that he is not talking about William. He is referring to Miss Lorina, as she's got a frail heart and would have a hard time for a few days just because she saw a pitiful animal. What about the Special Forces members that came with her? Can they be entrusted with the safety of Miss Lorina? Keon questions. William replies that they are competent, but at the same time, they are young with less experience. Though there's someone named Yan among them and he seems pretty extraordinary. As long as he's around, William don't think they'd have to worry about Miss Lorina. Suddenly, Keon feels uneasy. He says that maybe it's because he has grown old, but even with Miss Lorina's return, he somehow feels like something bad is about to happen. After hearing this, William gets a little confused and asks what does Sir Keon mean by it. Keon replies that he feels like a storm is about to happen. At the side building of the Beowolf Castle, Momon is floating and drinking an orange juice. After staying here for many days, Momon perceives that they were arguing for several days over one child, but they've gone quiet recently and have even stopped talking about the child. She was told by Yan that there'll be a break on barbarian subjugation for a while. They've only gathered 3 flags so far. She wonders when they'll gather them all, although they were only able to gather 3 flags because she helped. She smiles as she says that Yan should learn magic from her properly instead of swinging his sword recklessly. Previously, Momon had to use up all the mana that she had secretly accumulated, and Yan did praise her, but now, as she thinks about it, She realizes that she was deceived. So she yells at Yan to return her mana. Meanwhile, William and Cruel are having a friendly battle. William is guiding Cruel how to wield a sword better. He gives advice to Cruel, saying that Cruel should move his body more and tells him to be careful about his right side because it's open and vulnerable to attack. William tells Cruel that he is stiff, so he should charge in closer. William states that the match is unfair because he is using a wooden sword while Cruel is using a real sword. "How am I supposed to win with a wooden sword?" he asks. Cruel says that this level of handicap is justified because he is fighting the captain. "Why the sudden duel? I guess you're too bored, huh?" Momon asks. Yan replies that he felt this after fighting Kabur. They're still way too weak, and if it weren't for Momon, they might have been in danger. Momon says that he doesn't have to flatter her just to deceive her later. Yan obtained some information about aelon, but every time he touched it, it reacted and refused him. Yet the Northern Knights didn't feel any reaction at all. They just said that it felt a little heavy. Yan perceives that maybe this could be due to the unique mana usage method of the Beowolf. They create the snow soul in their energy core and use it to amplify their mana. That precisely may be the reason. He says that the snow soul uses a similar logic to the mana heart. So he is trying to see if there's anything more he can learn from their fight. But why is Cruel the one fighting? Momon asks. Yan replies that it's precisely because he got sick of beating others up, so he wants to see someone else beating another person up. Momon says that even though she is a Lich, she thinks Yan's personality is pretty messed up. "Did something happen during your childhood days?" she questions. In addition, she states that she will conduct some therapy sessions for Yan, and it's not an exaggeration because she is being serious. At that moment, Kion with his escort knights greets Yan and introduces himself. Yan also introduces himself while saying that he is extremely sorry that he couldn't meet Kion earlier. Kion, being humble, tells Yan that he doesn't have to worry about that, and he can be at ease. Kion says that he has heard that Yan defeated Chieftain Kabur and praises him because it's an impressive feat for someone so young. Yan says that he got lucky. Lorina and the other Special Forces members already damaged Chieftain a lot, and he happened to finish him off. But you talk in a way such that you seem pretty close to Miss Lorina. What's your relationship with her? Aren't you acting too friendly with her? Are you looking down on her? Answer me immediately. What did you do to Miss Lorina? What did you do? Kion asks a series of questions. Yan thinks that all the old men in this vicinity are abnormal. He wonders whether it's due to the cold. To slide this topic, Yan says that it's a misunderstanding since he doesn't have a lot of interactions with Miss Lorina, nor is he close with her. Kion gets relieved and apologizes to Yan for jumping into conclusions. But after that, another series of questions came forward. But why don't you have any interactions with her? Do you think she's not good enough to be interacted with? Why don't you like her? What did you do to her? Did you make her cry or hurt her? What did you do? Kion asks abruptly, while Yan is now getting sick of this. Suddenly, the mood changes between them as Kion tries to look into Yan seriously. He now knows why William praised Yan. He perceives that while Yan may look like a rank 5 knight on the outside, immense potential is hidden within him. In that case, he hands Yan a wooden sword and asks for a duel with his youngest knight, who is pretty skilled too. Knight Mir from the Frost Knights reveals his face and introduces himself. Yan smirks, as he thinks that this opportunity came at the perfect time. Yan accepts the challenge by saying that it's fine by him, but he says that the knight could use a real sword if he wants to. Other knights, standing in the back, think that Yan is being arrogant. Kion laughs as he says that Yan is overflowing with confidence like kids these days do. So, he seriously tells Mir not to go easy and use his full strength to defeat his opponent. Without lingering, Mir charges at Yan, saying that he should be the one to use a real sword, but in a blink of an eye, Mir's sword was broken and Yan's sword is near Mir's neck. It became obvious who the winner was, but more surprisingly, the battle was over with merely one move. He subdued a Frost Knight with just one attack. Every knight watching the battle wonders how it is possible. "Are you all right?" Yan asks as he glares at his opponent. At the northern rock-thorn forest, Vilai asks whether the Duke is still in the northern seas. An old man replies that the Beowolf man hasn't left yet. He commands in the name of Commander Chieftain Vilai to gather all the chieftains. In the next scene at the battle arena, Cruel accepts his defeat. William praises him by saying that he did excellent and he improved as they sparred, and that's a fearsome talent to have. Cruel tells William that he must be kidding, because none of his attacks even scratched William. Lastly, William states that the Dwight household has a bright future. At that moment, they noticed that the Frost Knights are here. The fact that Yan defeated a Frost Knight was quite surprising. The knight thinks that it's an impossible feat to achieve. As Yan stands in front of the knights, he wonders whether he hurt their pride, but surprisingly enough, the knights were rather thrilled and wanted to test themselves against Yan, instead of getting hurt and sad over such trifle matters. After the fight, Mir thanks Yan for the battle. Yan humbly replies that it's his pleasure to fight him. Mir compliments Yan by saying that he has some incredible skills for someone of his age. The other knights taunt Mir. They say that Mir, despite being older than Yan, his skills aren't that impressive, and that now he is just trying to act cool. Yan thinks that it's impressive that the knights aren't bothered at all. Moreover, knights are usually very concerned about honor and pride. Whenever they lose, they would either be in utter despair or acknowledge their loss. For them, risking their lives for battles is the norm in life. Does losing like this not hurt their pride? Yan wonders. He perceives that such attitude is probably the secret to becoming strong, and he guesses they're not called the Northern Wall for nothing. Then, the 99th Knight of the Frost Knights named Lorina asks for a duel. Yan accepts the duel by saying that this is great since he still hasn't figured out how the North uses their mana. Lorina says that he is extremely sorry that Mir didn't respect Yan at first. So, to cover it up, he decides to go all out from the start. Yan sees that he can easily notice the trajectory of the sword and quickly thinks of a way to defeat his opponent. He uses speed to his advantage and rapidly moves to the knight's blind spot and deals an attack. Lorina acknowledges Yan's incredible skills and accepts defeat. After seeing this, every knight wants to battle Yan. Meanwhile, William and Keon are having a chat. William asks Keon about his observation regarding Yan. Keon replies that now he understands why William holds such high praises for Yan. William says that Cruel is not bad, but when compared, Yan is in a different league of his own. He says that Snake, instructor commander, created Yan. He thought that the instructor was just some snake that only played politics in the capital. Isn't it such a waste for Yan to be under him? William asks. Keon replies that Yan would grow so much more if he joined the Beowolf household. In second thought, Keon says that he can't let such flies start to gather around Miss Lorina. He is sure Yan will have ulterior motives towards her, so he must stop that now. William agrees with Keon while saying that he is correct, and how dare a kid like Yan act so arrogantly towards our Miss Lorina. The captains announce that they should all stop here right now and continue tomorrow, but suddenly the enemy charges and another misfortune falls above them. They all hear the sound of horn, which is only used when the territory is in a state of emergency. What on earth is happening? William asks worriedly. At that moment, the chief butler Han announces that all knights within the territory are to take up their arms. He alerts Keon and William saying that the territory is being attacked. All of them wonder who is the one attacking this territory. All of their questions are answered when the commander Chieftain Vilai enters with his army. Jan gets shocked by knowing that Vilai is here. According to him, this isn't the time period when Vilai appears. Did history change again? He wonders. Han notices that the third castle walls have already been broken and they're advancing very quickly. William demands to know the current situation of the castle from one of his knights. The knight briefly explains that the third knights are defending the second castle walls. They've judged that it's possible to defend at the third castle walls which have been broken. Residents have been evacuated. They've now retreated to the second castle walls, but their enemies are in great numbers, so the situation in terms of defense isn't looking that good. William asks how many enemies are there. The knight informs that a rough estimate would put them at around 30,000. How could we not have realized that such a big number of them were moving about? "Where are our rangers?" William questions fiercely. The knight replies that all the spy squad rangers have been killed, and it seems they were targeted right after they figured out who our enemies were. After hearing all of this, Han decides and orders that Keon and the Frost Knights are to head towards the first castle walls and help with evacuating the residents, whereas William and the heavy armored knights are to help the Sant Castle walls with their defense. He says that he knows how William feels, but they need to protect the territory first. Meanwhile, Jan is thinking that the history has changed again. To make things worse, it's going in the direction he was worried it'd go. Just what has changed between my previous life and now? Did it change because I came to Beowolf? He thinks deeply. He perceives that as long as the suppression force known as Beowolf is around, Vilai had chosen not to invade the territory. Did Vilai come up with other means to deal with Beowolf? He wonders. Then he tries to think what has changed due to his travel to Beowolf. With his decision of choosing to travel to the north, the things that changed would be Lorina and the others. An informer of Vilai informs that the third castle walls have fallen and they are advancing to the Sant Castle walls now. Vilai orders that only let those who are fast on their feet and have great eyesight may advance and must take the enemy down. After thinking about all of the possible situations, Jan comes down to a single conclusion. He figured out that the Vilai is after Lorina, and he intends to take Lorina hostage, but maybe there is another real target. At Beowulf Dukedom, in the Western Castle's second wall, Beowulf Third Knights, named the White Knight Knights, are facing the enemies head-on. They are aiming to stop the enemies entering the castle, and they intend to do it even if their limbs are cut off. They will stop them with their mouth. The team leader of the second team, of the White Knights, shouts that they hold out until the Duke comes back. "Warriors, be enraged! My brothers, it's time to seek the revenge of blood! Today is the day we hold the festival of soul consolation. For our brothers that died powerlessly, let's avenge the grudge of our brothers. After today, the master of the North will be us," the commander Chieftain Vilai screams to increase the morale of his fellows. Meanwhile, Lorina and Cheryl are handling some of the enemies. As they fight, Lorina asks Cheryl whether she is all right. Cheryl replies that she is fine, but the enemies seem endless. Lorina states that if this keeps going, even the buildings with children in them would be in danger. So she orders Cheryl to bring all the children to safety, while she stops the enemies. Cheryl gets worried as she says that stopping the enemies alone is impossible. Lorina replies that even if the enemies gang up on her, it would be easier for her to run when she is alone. Cheryl decides to follow Lorina's order. She tells Lorina to hang there just a little longer, and she will return quickly. After Cheryl's departure, a barbarian attacks Lorina while saying the word "found." Lorina senses the attack coming and looks back. She seems rather troubled as she wants to know what the enemy meant by the word "found." Suddenly, the enemy stops. Lorina asks, why isn't he finishing his attack? Surprisingly, the barbarian was stopped and killed by Jan. He also says the word "found." This time, it pisses Lorina. "You too? What on earth did you guys find?" she asks. Without lingering, Yan grabs her hand and starts running. Lorina gets puzzled. She asks Yan why he is suddenly holding her hand and wants to know where they are going. Yan explains that they need to hurry and they're going into the castle right now because Lorina is the enemy's target. Wait, the barbarians are targeting me, Lorina repeats. Yan conveys that the commander Chieftain is after her because she is Duke Beowolf's weakness. In addition, the commander intends to capture Duke Beowolf by using her as the bait, and Yan barely stopped that from happening. But they will start to lose the moment he goes on a rampage. He says that if Lorina gets caught here, their situation will turn absolutely hopeless. So he tells her that even if he have to die here, she must escape. This conversation makes Lorina angry. She shouts that she will never run away alone when her friends are dying. As they are ruining, Yan hears the sound of something big coming at them. Both of them notice that it's the castle's steeple. He pushes Lorina back and tells her to stay safe. Due to the steeple, Lorina hurts her leg. To think the steeple was thrown at them. Is a human capable of doing that? She wonders. She calls Yan multiple times, yet there is no reply and she gets worried thinking about him. At that moment, a voice is heard. Lorina sees that it's the commander Chieftain Vilai. Was that a little too rough for a greeting? Vilai asks as he stands above the steeple. He says that since Lorina already knows who he is, then there's nothing else to talk about. Lorina senses that immense pressure is exuding from Vilai. It's her first time feeling so intimidated. She perceives, now that her leg is injured, there's no chance of winning if the fight gets dragged on. So she must put an end to it in an instant. Vilai observes that Lorina is focusing all of her mana in one place. Do you intend to end this fight in an instant? He asks as he closes the distance between them in a flash, as if he teleported. Lorina gets astonished to think that she didn't see him approaching her. In fact, she didn't even feel it. The strength of the commander Chieftain shocks her to the core. Vilai moves his hand towards her while saying that she won't get hurt if she follow him quietly. After all, she is an important card, so he doesn't intend to hurt her. Vilai notices the slight movement of Lorina's eyes and moves his hand to attack. Vilai says that she is a young kid, whose eyes are way too genuine as he kills Yan with a single shot, or so it seems. The commander smiles as he says that he already knew Yan was hiding from the start. His eyes won't and can't be deceived. But then, he realizes he was actually deceived by magic. Yan, while carrying Lorina in his arms, tells Vilai that since he relies on his eyes too much, he can't differentiate between a person and a clone. How do you know how to use magic? Lorina asks confusedly. The commander looks at Yan angrily. Yan tells Vilai that this is their first time meeting, but he doesn't really want to meet him right now, though. Meanwhile, Lorina is telling Yan countless times to let her down. Vilai glares at Yan fiercely, stating that Yan is getting all arrogant just because he deceived his enemy once. Vilai says that it'll take him less than a minute to shred Yan to pieces. Yan confidently asks whether Vilai has the time to do that. Vilai seems a little confused. Yan replies that Vilai's real target will disappear while he fights. After hearing this, Vilai pretends to say that his real target is in front of him, and that's Lorina. Yan repeats his words. He says that he is talking about Vilai's real target. Aelon, isn't that what you're really after? Yan asks. Aelon is a sword that's said to have obtained the power of a ruler and has won every battle. With that sword, subjugating the empire would no longer be a dream. Yan says that if Vilai wants, Yan can tell him the location of the sword, but in contrast, he will be taking Lorina in return because he has more important business with her. So, if I let the two of you go, you'll tell me the location of the sword? Vilai asks. Lorina speaks using telepathy with Yan. She asks whether the dragon sword truly exists. Yan replies that it's in the weapon vault. Lorina seems a little confused. So Yan explains that of course he is going to give that sword, but he has some other plans and the sword will be nothing but a bait. Yan has been bothered by the fact that Vili lived in the Beowolf dukedom when he was younger. He thought maybe Vili knew about the existence of the dragon sword. With Vili's eyes, he could easily detect the sword's magic power. Even if he didn't know about it, he wouldn't be able to ignore the existence of the dragon sword. So, Yan decided to throw a delicious-looking bait at Vili to bite. Vili gets angry because Yan referred to the sword as the dragon sword. He fiercely says, "That sword is the sword of a ruler, and it's a legendary sword passed down by their tribe, proving that he has bit the bait." Yan tells Vili that he doesn't have time, as the knights are going to get the sword and move it to a safe place. And Duke Beowolf is about to come back soon. So it's Vili's time to make a choice, the sword or Lorina. Vili replies that he doesn't like choice. Instead, he makes choices. He says that he will choose number 3, which is to kill Yan and take both the sword and the girl, as he instantly closes the gap between them. Both Lorina and Yan move backwards out of sheer reflexes. Vili releases his battle aura, which is so immense that it pushes them even further. "How dare you try and negotiate with me?" Vili asks as he is about to kick Yan. He says that he will make sure that Yan tells him the location of the sword while begging for his life. Vili uses a strong attack named the gravity pressure while Yan smirks. Yan barely dodged that attack, but it was crystal clear that Vili held back on that last attack. Yan questions Vili whether his heart has grown soft. Vili says that he simply stopped because he spotted a familiar item on Yan's waist, and that's the bracelet of Kabur. Vili wants to know why Yan has it. Yan replies that he got it from Kabur. In fact, Kabur entrusted it to him, and Kabur told Yan to carry his will. Was that Kabur's last moment? Vili questions. Yan states that, even up until his last moments, he only thought of his tribe. Kabur was a simple and strong warrior, and he respects him for that. After hearing this, Vili says that he will let Yan go if he shares the location of the sword. Vili states that this is the respect he is showing to the person who inherited Kabur's will. Humpaye. "You want me to abandon my teammate and run away alone?" Yan asks. Vili replies that it's precisely the case because if Yan doesn't do this, he will die here helplessly. In addition, Vili says that Yan can't defeat him, and that's why Yan used the sword to negotiate, and as Yan is not even from Beowolf running away, will be the best course of action. He tells Yan not to get swept into an unnecessary fight and lose his life meaninglessly. Yan makes a serious face, and the scenes end. After some time, we see that Yan left Lorina to Vili, or so it seems. Vili says that he looks forward to seeing the reaction of the Duke. He wonders what kind of a face that monster will make after seeing his daughter in this state as he is about to touch Lorina. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying that Vili trusts those eyes of his that can see magic power too much, and that's the reason why Vili keeps getting deceived. Yan previously used puppet magic to create a puppet of Lorina, which he deliberately handed to Vili. Lastly, Yan's voice says that the location of the sword is real, so Vili should hurry up. Vili gets enraged after hearing this voice. Meanwhile, Yan is carrying Lorina and flying away as far as he can, since he has told Vili the real location of the sword. Yan is confident that Vili will go after the sword and will not chase them. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? The exquisiteness of my magic? It's on a completely different level than your unrefined too, isn't it?" Momon asks as she pops up from Yan's back. Momon questions whether Yan took Kabur's bracelet on purpose. Yan replies that he knew he wouldn't be able to get past Vili, and it looks like the bracelet helped. What's more important is that he needs to wake Lorina up first, because he needs her help to get the sword. "Didn't you give up on the sword?" Momon questions. Jan answers saying that he would never hand it over to someone else after going through so much for it. Moreover, the sword has a defense magic. Not even Vilai will be able to get the sword easily, and when it happens, Jan has other plans too. Vilai enters the Beowolf weapon vault, fully enraged, thinking that if it isn't the right place, he would kill that kid for lying. Then he notices the magic power of aelon, also known as the sword of the ruler. If he obtains this, he could even fight the Duke. He decides to kill the Duke with it as he tries to grab it. "You are not qualified," a deep voice comes from within the sword, radiating immense magic power. Vilai smiles as he says that a mere sword is daring enough to make a fuss.